Good morning, guys. Online, confirm if you can hear me before we begin. Yes, can you hear me? Audio and video both. Screen, check everything and let me know. Yes. Alright, so let's begin with today's revision. We're going to revise primarily which are the units that we're going to revise today. Unit 3, 4, 5, okay, 6 also will be included. So we are going to have a quick revision of these 4 units except for unit number 1 and unit number 2. Unit number 1 is nothing but nature, scope and objective. That is as usual what we have so many times we have revised in the class. Second one is introduction of the standards. Now 3, 4, 5, 6 is where students has requested for revision. I'll also tell you unit number 5. In the last 6 attempts, 0 questions have been asked. That does not mean in the upcoming attempt also they won't ask. There is a high chance, but when I say 0 out of 6 attempts, I mean descriptive. Your MCQ, yes, there could be a possibility that they can still ask. I'm talking only about the descriptive part here. Okay? Yes, let's begin. Let's begin with unit number 3. Unit number 3 which talks about what? Audit engagement program. Yes, what all it talks about? Audit engagement, audit program, documentation, evidence and notebook. So here, how many concepts are there? 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 concepts are there. First concept, essay 210. Now, I told you whenever we are dealing with the standards, we should think on a line where how do we proceed when a client approaches us. Now, when an experienced auditor does this, he doesn't have to refer to the standards. Why? He already knows what to do. But if you are a fresher or you do not know how to deal with the client, when the client initially approaches you, you have to follow essay 210. So the situation is when the client approaches you, we need to agree on the terms formally. Why? To avoid misunderstanding at a later point of time. Therefore, essay 210 will help us. What are we supposed to do? In case of stat audit, the appointment of the auditor and its duties and responsibilities are governed by respective statutes. Meaning, if you are doing an audit under a specific law, law only will define everything. What are your rights? What are your duties? What are your responsibilities? No tension for us. But you are not doing under a statute. Voluntarily, you are getting an audit done. Now, in that case, engagement letter becomes very important. Okay. In all of the organizations, however, these are decided by the agreement between the auditor and the client. What is the other name for a client? Auditee. Okay. Such an agreement plays a significant role in the conduct of audit. Tomorrow, if you are holding me responsible, we have everything documented. I can prove it. What was agreed. Alright. So, if the auditor is held responsible for anything beyond the nature and scope, he can be relieved without any doubt. So, if you put things in writing, tomorrow we can clearly say this is what we agreed upon. We are not going to do anything more than this. Remember, if it is a statute, everything is decided by the statute. Now, there could be a question where a student can ask, sir, if it is a statutory audit, should we still get an engagement letter done? The answer is yes, for safety purposes. Alright. See, I am not saying we will always be held responsible. But the problem is, under a statute, law will tell. But tomorrow you and I should not sit and fight and argue about it. Therefore, in all cases, practically it is better to have engagement letter. Technically speaking, law-wise your syllabus says, no need, everything will be done by them. For non-statutory audits, that is other organizations, mutual agreement is important. In addition, existence of an agreement can easily avoid misunderstanding or confusion. Therefore, it is desirable that before commencement of the audit, when we should have this agreement? Before, during, after? Before. Not even during, not even after. Before commencement of the audit, you and the client must agree on the terms of engagement and you should send engagement letter to the management. Remember, 2 MCQs here. 2 MCQs. One, when you should send? Before commencement of audit. Second one, who should send? Auditors. Okay. Then, as per essay 210, third MCQ, which standard deals with agreeing to the terms of engagement? Yesterday we had seen the same MCQ, correct? SA 210. The auditor and the client should agree to the terms of engagement prior to the commencement of the business or the audit. The agreed terms should then be recorded in a written agreement. The agreement letter is called as what? Agreement letter is called as what? Audit engagement letter. MCQ again. Audit engagement letter. Next. However, if the law or regulation prescribes in sufficient detail the terms of engagement, you need not record them in a written agreement. There is no need. But can I? Yes. Should I? Should I? Allow up to us. But to maintain the quality, of our entire engagement, to ensure that there is no misunderstanding, can we still record and keep? Yes. See, client will never know what is law saying and what is law not saying. It is better if we only have an agreement. Okay. Contents of the engagement letter. What should be the content? Number one, objective and scope of the engagement. Number two, their responsibility. Number three, any limitations if we are having. Number four, is there a need for me to use internal auditor? If you remember, this is a part of internal control. Internal control has two things. One is internal check and one is internal audit. Correct? So we need to check that. Restrictions and limitations of liabilities, basis of computation of audit fees, billing arrangement, form of report, validity of report, and limits on submission of report to other authorities. We had a mnemonic for it. What is that? VBRS for LIC, B for billing, R for responsibility, submission, fees, objective and scope, report format, liability limitation. Then we have normal limitations, internal auditor usage, and finally we have confirmation letter. And the entire thing we had put it in one page as a summary. Correct? Okay. Quickly tell me. Applicability or need of SA 210. If it is a statutory audit, then appointment, responsibility, terms, duties. Already covered by statute. No need of. But having the letter is always good. Like I told you, practically it is better. Okay. For other audits, no statute covers all the aspects. Therefore, mutual agreement is needed between whom? Auditor and the client. Acts as a basis and evidence if you are held responsible. Helps in clearing misunderstanding and ambiguity when before starting the audit. It is desirable to have this letter and you shall send it to the client. Who should send it to the client? We should send it to the client. They should agree that and send it back to us. Note, no need of engagement letter if law prescribes the terms in detail. Again, I am telling you, practically, it is always better to have an engagement letter. Clear? What should be the content? VBRS for LIC. V for B. R. S. Submission of what? Submission of report. F. Audit fees. Objective and scope of audit. Which report format? Audit report format. Then, whose liabilities? Very good. Then, normal limitation, internal auditor, and confirmation letter. L we have two, limitation and liability, it is L square. This is your SA 210, agreeing the terms of engagement. Is this clear? Yes or no? Yes. See, we have a target, right? Today's revision, if we are done, we are done. Alright. Tomorrow we have one more chapter revision, that is chapter number 7, that is chapter number 2 technically, but according to your syllabus, that is chapter number 7. Is that clear? Yes? Okay. So 210 done for us. Let's go with SA 300 now. 210. Any other doubts you have? Online, offline, YouTube, anyone, any doubt you have, please ask the doubt. We will clarify and then we will move on. You have 2 minutes. You want any clarification, any doubts, any confusion you have, you can ask. Online, if you don't have, please confirm that you do not have, so that I'll get a clarity on that. Yes. Online, confirm. In last guys, shall we move ahead then? Yes. Okay. Essay 300 which talks about what? Planning of an audit of financial statements. In that specifically they are talking about audit program. I told you here in essay 300, remember three things are there. Strategy, planning and program. Which is the most detailed one? Program. Which is the least detailed one? Strategy. Which comes first? Strategy. Which comes later? Program. Understood? So it's always strategy first, plan next, program at the end. Is that clear? Yes. Alright. Let's move ahead with SN 300 audit program. Detailed plan must be there, specifying procedures to be followed. So that is called program. Although they have not covered strategy and planning straight away, they have only covered program. So program is what? Detailed plan of the work to be performed, specifying the procedures to be followed. First MCQ. First MCQ. First MCQ. Okay. Number two, to be more comprehensive. What is comprehensive? Detailed. Program is a written plan and containing exact details with respect to the conduct of a particular audit. Another MCQ. Like I told in the class, every sentence can be converted into an MCQ. You need to understand the concept to crack MCQ. To crack the descriptive part, direct questions, so not a problem there. To put a tick mark of in one of those four options, you need to understand the concept. Third, it is a description or a memorandum of the work to be done during the audit. Program serves as a guide in arranging and distributing the work as well as checking against the possibility of omission. So, what does the program do? Serves as a guide. Serves as a guide in what? Arranging and distributing the works. Basically, allocation. So, it will help in allocation of work. Okay. You should prepare a written audit program setting forth the procedures that are needed to be implemented while carrying out the audit plan. So, audit program must be in writing. MCQ. Then, he may take into account the reliance to be placed on internal control. That means you can consider ICS reliance. Okay. You have flexibility in deciding when to perform the procedures, but sometimes you have no discretion as to timing, such as observing the stock taking. So 90% of the time, it is your decision when to perform the procedure. But there are situations where, because of the time constraint, you do not have too much of time to decide whenever you want to do whatever you want to do. Okay. So point number 3 says, generally you have the flexibility in deciding when to perform. But there are some situations where you cannot decide, I will perform tomorrow or I will not perform tomorrow. For example, now I told today is a revision. Now revision whenever I want I can do. Yes or no? But why did I choose today only? Now see, if I say whenever I want to do, now on 13th your FM starts. Okay. Now imagine I say 15th I will take revision. What will happen? Now your FM faculty will sit there, I will sit there. Huh? No. Now it is a clash. So certain times I don't have discretion with respect to timing. Similarly in audit, more often than not it is your choice. But there are situations where you don't have a choice to decide when. You have to perform the procedures then and there only. Okay. Then program should consider previous year audit programs and these may be modified if necessary. Why? Job becomes easy. Last year whatever program is there, you can still use it, but little bit of modifications you have to do considering the current year changes. Program may be classified into two categories. One is common for all types of audit. Second one is what? Special program, MCQ. Okay. Now, program for all types of audit means example checking of books of accounts, and special program means what? For a particular audit. Generally, one program is not practicable for every entity or every audit. For different audits, you need to have different programs. Okay. Therefore, program must be distinct, meaning different. Program must be distinct or different. Advantages. What advantages do we have? I told you advantages mnemonic is what? Can you eat? Okay. It serves as a ready checklist for the procedures. Checklist means what? Now you tell me what is checklist. We have done with the topic of checklist. Yes, list of instructions or questions to be followed by the auditing staff. Remember, in internal control, one of the evaluation method it is. Yes, sir. Next, the work can be properly allocated to the assistants or the article clerk. You may easily know the extent of work done, meaning status. What is the status of the work? We can find out with help of program. Therefore, the progress of work can be done under the supervision and control of the auditor. Program would not be useful only for the assistant in carrying out the audit, but also for the principal, as he would be in a position to account for the individual responsibility. It is easy for you also. It is easy for me also. Why is it easy for me? I can hold you responsible. I can hold you liable. Okay. Uniformity of the work can be attained as the same program would be followed from time to time. I generally don't agree with this because I told you just now we saw here. Consider previous year program and these may be modified if necessary. So here also if we see, we cannot say the same program we can use from time to time. We need to modify it. We need to change it according to the situation and the business. Okay. It may be used as evidence in case if anybody holds the order liable. You did a mistake. I have an evidence saying these are the procedures that I have followed. He can prove that there is no negligence on his part. Who is he here? Auditor. And he exercised reasonable care and skill while performing the task. So it proves as an evidence that we have done our work properly. Okay. Disadvantage is what? Mechanical. What is mechanical? Without thinking, just following the instructions is what we call as mechanical. Okay. Then certain times drawing up the program may be unnecessary for a small concern. Why? Area is not that huge. Why do you have to put up a program? Then, sir, inefficient staff may defend themselves by stating that the matter was never there in the program. Meaning, see, this is because of mechanical only. They won't think. When they won't think what will happen, they'll always blame the program saying, nothing was there in the program. What am I supposed to do? Right? If you're remembering, I don't know which part of the sequel is, in Singham, there is a comparison. Vivek is a comedian. He'll come to Surya's house and Surya's father will tell him, call your shop and ask if the goods have come or not. Correct. Now this fellow will call once and he'll tell, yes, goods have not come, it seems. Again he will call, again he will call, again he will call. Whereas he tells Surya just one thing, can you please call and ask if the goods have received? That fellow in one call only will ask everything. Correct? Now tell me, who is efficient, who is inefficient? Surya is efficient, Vivek is inefficient. Now, if you ask Vivek, he'll tell, you never told me that. You only told me what? Call and ask whether goods have come or not. So they will not think. Clear? Mechanical means you will not put your brain. You will just do what has been told to you. Like how we should follow without asking why. We should follow our school college syllabus. Mechanical job it was. We put the formula, put the numbers in the formula, get the answer. Stepwise, like parrots used to by heart and get the marks. Same logic here. It is a disadvantage. Inefficient people will tell it was never there in the program. Now, as a human being, we won't be able to think every possible thing and put in the program. No. So we should always ask our staff. You should keep an open mind. Be more open about the things that you are going to audit. If there are certain things that are not included, you include. If there are certain things which you feel is unnecessary, drop it. So we should encourage our team. Okay. Then, rigid programs cannot be laid for each type of business. Therefore, one program not practicable. one program, not practical. Okay. Right. Now come here. SA 300 program. Detailed, what is it? It's a detailed plan specifying procedures to be followed. Written plan containing exact details of conducting an audit. Description of the work to be done. I hope you have the notes with you. Yes. Serves as a guide in doing the work and helps in not omitting any transactions. You should prepare a program. Procedures need to be implemented. You can consider trusting on ICS. If you have any discretion, put it, but sometimes you will not have any discretion. Consider the previous program. What are the two kinds of program? Common and specific. Advantages can you eat? See for checklist, allocation, no negligence, uniformity, extent, evidence, accountability, team selection. Okay. Disadvantage, my wheel, M, mechanical, U, unnecessary for smaller concerns, I for and R for rigidity. Yes, in one page we are done with essay 300 as well. Okay, as usual, 2 minutes. Go ahead with it. Check it out. Any point or any content you want clarification for, let me know. Online, if you do not have, respond to that as well. Yes. Next, let's move on to next standard, that is audit documentation SA 230. First, which one? Which standard we did first? 210, that is engagement letter. Next we did 300, that is planning. Now we are going to 230, that is documentation. Now, what do we mean by documentation? It is a record of three things. Which are those? Procedures performed, evidence obtained, conclusions reached. I told you long back when we did cycle of audit, it's nothing but a process. Right? How does audit start? Client giving us a data. From that, what do we extract? Information we extract. What do we do with that information? We examine those information by putting up procedures. What do we get as an output? Evidence. What do we do with that evidence? Conclusion. With that conclusion, we reach opinion. That opinion is given in form of a report which is in writing. Correct? So, documentation is nothing but a record of three things. What is that? Procedures performed, evidence obtained, conclusions reached. Okay? What is the purpose of documentation, sir? Basis for conclusion. So, tomorrow when someone asks us, have we done our job properly? We will be able to prove it through this. Number two, it's an evidence that we have planned our audit and performed our audit honestly. Okay. Third, it will help the team in doing four things. Number one, planning and performing their work. We can hold them accountable. We can supervise their work and discharge our review responsibilities. Review responsibilities means checking the status of the work. So people who have a written or a documentation ready, they can always say how much work has been done. My review will be better. We can also take this for future audit. It will help in inspection. What kind of inspection? Internal inspection, external inspection. External inspection means what? Anybody, any department, any regulator, anyone wants to come and check my work, they can. It will help me in defending myself. Okay. Ownership and custody. Who is the owner of the documentation? Always it is the auditor, he may make it available but without undermining his work. What is undermining his work? His work should not be negatively affected by it. Okay. So with that you can share, not a problem. If legislation requires, that is law or regulation require, should I share? Of course, yes. Make it available to authorities. Retention period is how much? 7 years. 7 years from where? My birthday? No. Date of auditing or date of audit report. Content of working papers. What should be the content? You should prepare on timely basis. When you should prepare? During the audit rather than after the audit. Prepare in such a way that experienced auditor who has no previous connection with the audit, he should be able to understand 3 things. What is that? Nature of procedures, timing of procedures, extent of procedures. So what kind? Nature, timing, and extent means what kind of procedures? What kind of procedures? Timing, when, and extent. How much has been performed? Then results and evidence obtained. It's a record where he'll understand what kind of results I have obtained and what kind of evidence I have obtained and any important matters and conclusions reached. Now, this is important question. While documenting NTE of procedures performed, what specifically I should document? 3 things. Number 1, features of items tested. Example. All debtors over 1 lakh. It's a feature. That means only large debtors I have verified. Okay. Or all debtors of South India. So what are the features of the items that you have tested? You have to document and keep. So that next time when he see, he'll understand, okay, these are the features you had. Then, who performed the work and date of performance? Why? So that I can question him and not random person in your office. Who reviewed the work and date of review? In case of any review problems are there, I can contact him. So person and date. Here also person and date. Okay. Now, we have this hierarchy which I told you. We have owners, we have TCWG, we have management. Here we are not talking about owners alone. We are leaving owners out of the picture. We are only talking about TCWG and management. What is TCWG? TCWG, full form I also know. What do they do? Number 1, they help in strategic direction of the entity. Number 2, supervising the financial reporting process. What does management do? What do they execute? Whatever policies TCWG has put up, whatever TCWG says. Okay? Okay, sir. Document significant matters discussed with management and TCWG. Plus, with whom did you discuss there? Now, management could be like 20 people. With whom did you discuss and when did you discuss? If inconsistency is found between information that you have obtained and actual information, inconsistency means what? Yes, inconsistency means difference. Difference or deviation is found between information obtained and actual information. Document how did you resolve it. Basically document the solution. In rarest of the rarest case, we have to follow the standards generally, but in rare case, we may have to deviate from the standards. Tell me one thing, deviating from the standard is as good as breaking the law, no? Or breaking the standards. Although sophistication wise, we can say we are deviating. We are going away. Going away is something but not following. Is it allowed, sir? Is it allowed? No, you have to first ask here, is following the standards more important or achieving the objective is more important? Achieving the Objective is more important. So to achieve the objective, if I have to go away from the standard, no issues, you can. But only on one condition. What is that condition? Yes, with reasonable explanation you have to give. How it was resolved or how your alternative procedures were effective. Number one. Number two, why did you deviate from the standard? So here you have to document reasons for deviation, how your procedure was better than standard procedure. So if you document this, no, a lot of people, if they document this, tomorrow ICMAI will look at this and tell, yes, we will amend the standard itself. We will remove that because nobody is telling it is effective. We will put up a different procedure there. So amendment can happen because of your documentation. Clear? Next, extra concept. Why the deviation should be documented? Because the deviation is not notified in the law or standard, and therefore to prove that the objective is more than following the standards, it acts like an evidence that proves my priority and quality. Now this is not there in your book as such, but this is for your understanding we had written in the notes. Okay, right. In this, content, go through once, ownership and purpose, go through once. Which standard talks about documentation? 230. 300 planning. 210 agreeing the terms. 230 documentation. 300 is what? Okay. Quickly go through this and then we move on to the next standard. Now, those who requested for the revision, are you able to revise with me? Are you able to revise with me? See, revision is possible. Revision is possible only and only if you have studied. If you have not studied, straight away you are coming for revision. Clear? Airport only. Concept will keep flying above your head. Okay, you have to always study and alright. Could you please provide the inside questions MCQ for chapter 6 and 7? What is inside question? Inside question MCQ means what? Along with the answers. I didn't get a question actually. I am sure you are not asking about the textbook MCQs because there already MCQ we have discussed also with answers. You mean all these MCQs which I told MCQ. No response. That you mark then and there only, no? That's the reason why I am marking wherever possible. So when you revise in your notes, you understand there is MCQ. Okay. Okay, I will send this notes at the end, no problem. Yeah, I'll forward this. Not a problem. Okay? Yes. Right. Done. Shall we move ahead now? Yes. Okay. So please do for CA Inter also. Okay, done. You put up the topics which you want, we will do it. Right. Next, essay 500 talks about what? Audit evidence. So in this chapter, how many topics are there? How many standards are there? Engagement done, program done, documentation. Now we are talking about evidence. So technically 210 is done for us. 230 done, 300 done. Now we are left with only 500 and more. Okay? Yes. Now, essay 500 talks about what? Evidence. What do you mean by evidence here? Evidence is something that it's an information. It's an information based on which? Information based on which opinion is given. Clear? So, evidence is nothing but it is an information used by auditor in giving conclusion and on which opinion is given. Understood? Yes. Okay. Now, it includes both accounting records and other information. What is accounting records? Yes, not necessarily financial statements alone, books of accounts, including a journal, ledger, trial balance, FS, everything is included in accounting records and other information. What is other information? Contracts, agreement, invoices, bills. Yes, everything comes under other information. Minutes book. Yes, all these come under other information. Is there a need for us to have an evidence? Is it a need or is it a want? Need. Why? Why? Tomorrow if someone asks on what basis you gave an opinion, we can always show this evidence and say on this basis I gave an opinion. Okay? So, if there is a need to form an unbiased opinion, we should examine objectively first of all. What does examine objectively means? In an unbiased or impartial nature, you are supposed to examine. With bias in your mind, if you examine, your opinion will always be biased. Therefore, what you should do? Unbiased way of working you have to do so that people who trust the FS should have no doubts with respect to your integrity. If you are partial, you are biased, your opinion also will be biased. So to avoid that, technically we have certain ethics that we are supposed to follow, like for example, integrity, objectivity, professional behavior, due care, competence. So many ethics are there that a CA is supposed to follow. The trust why people have on financials is because of the auditors. They think that, and we should also audit objectively or impartially. Okay, there is a need for sure to form an unbiased opinion to comment on the reliability and fairness of financial performance. Whether the company's financial performance is fair and is it reliable or not. Now we need to obtain not just AE, we need to obtain SAI. What is SAI? Sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. Clear? So to form a conclusion, more than AE, we need SAI, that is sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. What do you mean by sufficient here? Quantity. We measure it by quantity, whereas appropriateness measure is quality. Clear? Quantity can be measured, quality cannot be measured. Therefore, only explanation. We can only explain the quality. You can never measure the quality. Like for example, in the class I had asked you, if something is very good, do you tell it is 1 kg good, 1 liter good? No. You always explain what was good. Okay. So quality can only be explained and cannot be expressed in terms of measurement. Okay. Next. AE can be the input, but SAI is the output based on which opinion is given. Correct? Huh? Now, how do we check this? We have seen. We put the data into the cycle here, into the funnel, right? Which is nothing but evidence only for us. Every data is evidence for us when it comes to this, right? Now, what do? We put up the criteria, which financial year it is. Then we put one more criteria. Only from reliable source we take. So we'll keep on filtering, and finally we get what? SAI. See, we introduced data as evidence, we ultimately received SAI. Why? This is given by client. When this is given by client, we know that client does not know what we want and what we don't want. Same information we can give 4 different copies. Possible? 100% possible. Therefore, they say, sir, You do one thing, you give whatever you have, we will filter out whatever we want out of it. That is why I say data. From this only we pick information. Okay? Right. Now, we get Sai. Based on the Sai, we conclude and finally we give opinion. Is it clear? Understood? Yes. What are the factors influencing the evidence? Merit fund. M for materiality. So anything that is important is an evidence for me. Experience. If we know how to get the evidence, then we know how to get the evidence. So our experience talks. Results of procedures. ICS adequacy. If ICS is enough, then we take lesser evidence. If ICS is not enough, we take more evidence. Type of information. What kind of information we are taking? Is it in-house information or is it outside information, external information? Trend indicated. Financial position, unusual influence on management, nature of item and nature and size of the business. So these are the factors which are important for us. Yes. What are the factors? M for what? Materiality. So anything that is important, we'll have to take evidence. Then E for what? Gain during previous audit. So we know how to get evidence. We don't have to go through standards. We already have experience as to how to get evidence. So we can take that experience and execute that. Then R. Results of procedures including fraud or error which may have been found. Then I. Yes, ICS, adequacy and T. Type of information available. Based on that, I should decide. Now, if the information is oral information, I need to put up more procedures to get evidence. It has to be proved. If it is a documentation, then lesser procedures because I don't have to prove a lot. Okay. Then T square, trend indicated by accounting ratios and analysis. If the ratio indicates more negativity, then we'll have to put up more procedures to get more evidence. If it indicates lesser negativity, lesser evidence, lesser procedures. Okay. Then F, U, N square. F for financial position. If the financial position is weak, get more evidence. If the financial position is strong, get evidence. But if the financial position is unusually strong, then get more evidence. Why? Imagine extravagant profits from last year. Last year, let's say 15% of net profit you had. This year you are having 85% net profit. Now, should I take lesser evidence or more evidence? More evidence. Understood. Then, U. Unusual influence on the management. So, anything that is unusual which influences the management, those areas we need to carefully audit. Then, last one. N square. Nature and size, nature of item. What kind of item are we auditing and what kind of business are we auditing? Nature of business, trading, manufacturing, service, size of the business. How big is the business? Bigger the business, more the evidence. Smaller the business, lesser the evidence. Okay, these are the factors. Then, type of evidences. Which are the types? Two things. Internal evidence, external evidence. Internal evidence collected within the organization, external evidence collected from outside the organization, outside source basically. Example here, sales invoice, freight notes, goods received note, etc. is internal evidence. Bank confirmation, debtor creditor confirmation, etc. comes under external. MCQ. Okay. Then relevance and reliability. Relevance deals with what? Logical connection. Reliability depends on three things: source, nature, and now you tell me which one do you rely more between internal and external? No, that depends on ICS. If ICS is good, internal. If ICS is not good, external. Here, external is more than internal if when ICS is unsatisfactory. Internal more than external when ICS is satisfactory. Direct or indirect, which is better? Always direct. Document or oral form, which is better? Original or photocopy, which is better? Yes, that's it. What are the methods? Number one, inspection, observation, calculation, analytical review, inquiry, and confirmation. Okay. So, how many procedures are there? 5, technically 6 procedures, but they have put it in 5 points. Number one, inspection. See, remember like this, inspection, inquiry. Okay. See, remember IO we did in risk assessment procedure? Yes. A, I, O. Understood. Remember this way here for SA 500, IO, C there. Okay. A for analytical procedure, I for inquiry, I for inspection, O for observation, P square, calculation and confirmation. Technically that is called as recalculation and external confirmation. But in your syllabus they have used the term as calculation and confirmation. These are the methods. What are the two kinds of procedures we have? Very, very important. Very important two kinds of procedures. Which are those? Always step number 1, risk assessment procedure. Step number 2, further audit procedure. Okay. So what is risk assessment procedure, sir? It's a procedure to obtain understanding of entity, environment and internal control system. Now, why? To identify and evaluate what? Risk of material misstatement. And what is ROMM? What is risk of material misstatement? The financial statement having errors or fraud before we start the audit. That is called as risk of material misstatement. This is contributed by whom? Management. Very good. Yesterday's topic. You are contributed by whom? Management. And why? Because of nature of business. Management not understanding the seriousness of audit. Wrong accountant. Wrong policies. Wrong discipline. Because of this, risk keeps on increasing. And what is our job here? To reduce that risk. Correct? Huh? Now, how do we reduce that risk here? By putting up further audit procedures. Because in risk assessment procedure, we are not doing anything. We are just identifying them and evaluating them. We are not doing anything more or anything less. Okay. Now, after evaluation, we have to reduce or correct. How do we do it? Through further audit procedures. Under further procedures, we have two things. One is test of controls and other one is compliance procedures. One more name for test of controls is what? Compliance procedure. Okay. Right. Next, substantive procedures. Under substantive procedures, what do we have? Procedures put up to obtain more persuasive. Persuasive means what? More convincing evidence we want. So, if you want to convince people more, you should check more. Therefore, get into the details. Therefore, test of details. And then we have one more procedure called analytical procedure where SA 520 describes that. Understood? Yes. What is test of controls here? Procedures put up to obtain evidence about ICS effectiveness, whether it is operating properly or not. So technically here I can check two things. One is design of the system and one is execution. Only when both are effective, ICS will become effective. Therefore, I can trust the information given by ICS. Okay? Right. Now, this is with respect to your SA 500, that is audit evidence. Okay? As usual, 2 minutes given to you. Go through it, see if you have any problems, and then we head to the last topic of the unit, audit notebook. Online, including you. 500, very important. Don't ignore it. See, this is how you do revision. When I say revision, it doesn't mean sit and stay for hours. Clear? Why I am doing revision is to tell you how to revise first of all. Because some people don't know the difference between studying, revising, marathon. So this is like marathon. In marathon, the same speed will be maintained. So that revision, brushing up of the concepts. Understood? Not getting into the depth. But I'm still giving a chance. Any concept you have not understood in the topics that we are doing today, you can ask. And I'll be able to explain in the class. Alright. Now in case, sir, we are offline students and I am shy to tell. You have online live ka link or it is on live on YouTube now. You can go there, okay, put your content. If you are too shy to raise your hand and tell what concept you want, you can put there. I will read. Understood? Moral of the story, your clarity is more important than anything else. Because after the revision session ends, if you come and ask, I won't be able to explain. Because all the energy is going in the revision. Understood? Clear? Yes, go through it. Go through it because I think evidence is a little lengthier than other standards. Online live. Online, confirm quickly. I need more response online. Yes. All right, done. Okay, I have a doubt on YouTube. Difference between audit documentation and audit evidence. In short, it's confusing for me, sir. Okay, see, audit documentation means what? Nothing but based on what you have given an opinion is evidence. Let me be very clear. Evidence is that particular content where based on this you give an opinion. Documentation is nothing but record of evidence as well. It's a record of three things. Maintaining a record of three things. What procedures you have performed, what evidence you have received, what conclusions you have reached. Whereas, that means documentation is a bigger concept than evidence. Evidence is one of the concept of documentation. Evidence is that particular thing based on which we give conclusion, based on which you also form an opinion. Right? If you maintain a record of this evidence, it becomes a documentation. Like for example, imagine I tell, let's say I take a student only, I tell this student has never attended my classes. If I say that, or 100% attendance is there, if I say that, on what basis I am saying? On the basis of attendance record. Now, if I don't maintain that copy of attendance, after 1 year if the student comes and asks, I won't be able to prove it. So what I will do, that attendance copy I will keep a record, maybe take a printout of it or download PDF of it and save it. Now I have a record of it. So next year or any time, whoever comes and asks, on what basis you have told this guy has attended your classes, I can always show that documentation. So documentation is a record of three things. Maintaining a copy of evidence is also called as record. But evidence is a smaller concept compared to the documentation. Documentation is a bigger concept. Is that clear? Yes, Gopinath. Is that clear? Okay, one more thing I wanted to tell. Online, offline, YouTube. If you are asking doubt, after I have answered your doubt, please let me know whether the doubt is clarified or not. Because I will be thinking whether you have understood or not. Are you there or not? Clear? So I will be waiting for that. So please clarify. Understood? Yes? Okay. Very well. Online. No doubts. No doubts. No doubts. Okay. Let's move on to the next one. That is audit notebook. Now what is this audit notebook, sir? Audit notebook is nothing but our workings. Clear? In the course of conducting audits, what do we do? What do we do? The staff may come across various misstatements, fraud or any other issues which requires further clarification from the management or investigation and in-depth observation later on. In order to avoid any chance of such issue, you generally record the same in a separate notebook and raise the issue in future. Basically what, sir? Sir, I am doing my work. Every now and then I am getting doubts. Every now and then can I go and ask? No. So what I will do? I will maintain a record. This is all documentation. This is not all documentation. It's just a notebook where I will accumulate all my doubts and keep. Later on what I will do? I will even clarify. That kind of notebook is called as audit notebook. Today also in many CA firms, whenever an article joins, today also, I'm talking about traditional method. Today also they'll give you one book. One 200-page notebook they will give you. Why? So that any doubts you have, you note down and keep. So what will happen? See, client will not come on a daily basis. Client will come on a weekly basis, maybe once in 50 days, etc. So when you note down and keep, what will happen? Whenever the client comes, you can get it solved. But if you don't maintain that notebook, what will happen? Where will you keep your doubts in your head? You will remember everything? No. What you ate yesterday only you will not remember. In the client's file, 10 clients, if you are having doubts, you will remember? No. That's why notebook. Okay. Such a record is called as audit notebook. MCQ, point number 2. Point number 2 can be asked as MCQ. What are the contents of the notebook, sir? Name of the business enterprise, that is client. Organization, structure, meaning who is the director, who is the partner, etc. Important provisions of MOA and AOA, that is your maybe object clause, etc. Communication with the previous CA, if you have done, you can include that. Management representation and instructions. List of books of accounts maintained by the enterprise. what kind of accounting methods they are following, weekly accounting they are doing, what are the policies they are following, ICS what they have, KMP, who are these key managerial persons, CEO, who is CEO, who is CFO, etc. Then errors and fraud discovered, matters requiring explanation and special points that requires attention. These are the main actual content in practical life we are bothered about. But your content says these should be the audit notebook content. Okay, can be asked for 7 marks. Please be careful. Right? This is your audit notebook concept. Kindly go through it. Don't worry, you can still ask for any conceptual doubt if you have, you can still ask for that, no problem. Okay. Right. Any problems? Any problems in notebooks? No? Okay. So 6.3, unit number 6.3 is done. 6.3 is done. I'm asking again, do you guys have any issues with 6.3? No? Paka? Online? Confirm? Right. Let's move on to the next unit, that is 6.4, which we had done recently, audit risk. Okay. Online, are you there? Yes. Now tell me, between 6.4 and 6.6, that is audit trail, which one is more, problematic for you? Between audit risk and audit trail, which one is more problematic for you? 6.4 or 6.6? 6.6, huh? 4 or 6, huh? Okay, trail, sir. 6.5 it seems. Between 6.4 and 6.6 you tell. Okay. Right. 6.6, 6.4, okay, there's mixed opinion then. Okay, we'll do. Alright, we'll do 6.4 then. Now in 6.4, we have multiple concepts. Before that, if somebody wants to leave now only. Don't leave in between. I saw what he did also. Okay, so if you are leaving, leave now only. Don't leave in between the class. I will not like it. No problem for me. This is purely revision based on you. So you requested for the revision session. That's why I am conducting revision session. Now, if you are going, go, no problem for me. I will continue my revision, but don't go in between the. Okay. Now a break will be given. At that point of time also you can go, absolutely no issues for me. Got it? Yes? Okay, sir. Right, let's begin. In this, how many concepts are there? Audit risk, one concept is there. Assessment of risk is same only. Then we have internal control. Then we have internal check. internal audit. Check and internal audit is nothing but part of internal control only. If you remember, we had spoken about this in our class. Correct? Huh? Yes, sir. Here you go. Right? So, totally how many concepts are there? 6 concepts. Okay? Audit risk 1, internal control 2, internal check 3, internal audit 4, risk based internal audit 5, and finally we have IFC versus ICOFR. Okay? Let's begin with audit risk. In audit risk, what are the things you have to deal with? Meaning, types, evaluation. In under evaluation, we have 2 things. One is primary factors and other factors. Okay? Right, sir. Now, when we talk about audit risk, what do you mean by audit risk? Audit risk is that risk where you end up giving wrong opinion or rather inappropriate opinion when financial statements are materially misstated. That means we need to understand what is appropriate opinion now. Correct? What is appropriate opinion? Appropriate opinion is this. When the financial statements are misstated, you should give modified opinion. When the financial statements are not misstated, you should give unmodified opinion. This is called appropriate. Now they are telling we are giving inappropriate opinion. Now what does inappropriate opinion means? When the financial statements are misstated, you end up giving this is wrong. This is wrong. Why? When the FS are wrong, you going and telling it is right. That itself is wrong. Why? Because now people will believe that opinion and put money in the organization. So when already management is doing fraud, you are giving more capital to do fraud. Right? See, can we blame management for doing fraud? No. You know why? Shareholders will tell they will do fraud and error. What were you doing? Are you getting my point? It is like police people are telling why? I mean, criminals are there. Now you will ask, no, criminals are there, okay. You are there for what then? To protect the system only, no? Same logic, management will do error. Management will do fraud. You tell me which management will not do error and fraud? Opportunity, you will also do fraud only, no? Although sitting here, we will tell, no sir, we won't do. But if there is an opportunity, definitely you will do fraud. Or rather, error also will do. Forget fraud. Chalo, I will give you the benefit of doubt. Won't you do error? Won't you do error? Yes. Example. Simple example I'll tell you. Class example. If I don't tell anything when you eat something in the class, okay, and I don't tell anything, what message you will take from that? I have no issues when you eat. Today 1%, tomorrow more than 1. Yes, slowly one gang will happen. Yes, slowly then planning will start. Today what we will eat. Tomorrow what we should eat. Correct or not? Now that is where I mean to say opportunity when you have, you will misuse it. It's human nature. Now shareholders have appointed us for what reason? To find mistakes only. Now if it is an unintentional mistake, we call it error. Intentional mistake, we call it fraud. Right now there is fraud, there is error in the financials. You never saw it. Whose problem? So what we should do? We should put better procedures to check. Are you getting my point? Understood? Weak ICS means fraud pakka sir. Exactly. If ICS is very weak, definitely there will be fraud. Definitely there will be fraud. Like for example, now I know how many people are there in the class. Okay. Today's attendance if I check, I will know that there were ghosts also in the class. Yes. Now is it error or fraud? See, you can recognize yourself very well. Understood? Opportunity is what people are waiting for. Now, I am not saying everyone will be good, but there are very few people in that opportunity also they will tell, let's not do it because it is not our money. Now, imagine in the financial statements, fraud and error is there. You go and tell the entire world, too good, sir. Company is wonderful. And what will they do? They will come and invest more. Right? And we are actually feeding the bacteria now. What will the management do? Better fraud, more fraud, bigger money. Therefore, we as auditors should ensure that we will never give inappropriate opinion, we will always give appropriate opinion. Correct? Now that risk we are supposed to reduce. What risk? We giving unmodified opinion when financial statements are materially misstated due to fraud or error, both. Your error also should not be there. Fraud also should not be there. Fraud to pakka should not be there. But error also should not be there. Yana, if you intentionally stab someone, unintentionally stab someone, what will happen to the person? Dead only, no? Now imagine you stab someone unintentionally and you tell, sorry bro, by mistake. Get up bro, don't sleep for so long, get up. Will he wake up? No. Now go to court and tell, sorry my lord, your honor, I am very sorry. It happened by mistake. I was checking the sharpness. He just came in between. I just put it in his stomach. Knife was sharp. I'm so sorry, unintentional. Will the judge say, oh, you cutie, go home? Will the judge say that? No, sir. Intentional or unintentional damage is done. No. Are you getting my point? Yes or no? Yes, that's the logic. So, we should avoid intentional anyway. Unintentional should not be there because ultimately the public will be the sufferers. Got it? Yes. That's the point. That's called audit risk. Refers to the risk that you give inappropriate opinion when financial statements are materially misstated. Any doubts in basic concept now? Because it was 6.4 is a problematic for you, I am taking it step by step. Any problem in audit risk concept? Pakka, online, you have to keep answering, especially those who told 6.4. I want response from you, even YouTube. Don't come, put the comment and go. Yes, Pakka, Pakka. Okay, let's move ahead with. Now, what is not there in the audit risk? Number one, business risk. What is business risk? The way you do business, the way you do marketing, the way you treat people. Whose problem it is? Because of that, people are not putting money in your organization. My problem? No, your problem. You are not having the right way of doing business. You can't blame CA for that. That doesn't come under my risk. I am not responsible for that. My procedure will not cover that. Okay? But yes, if it is internal audit, that risk also will be addressed. If it is internal audit, even that risk will be addressed because if you remember, in internal audit, we have spoken that they are also responsible for governance. GIR, governance, internal control, risk management. In internal audit, yes, they can suggest procedures to better the business, but as a statutory audit, my job is not to suggest these things. My job is financial statements. Clear? Right. Now, so business risk is not my problem, sir. Litigation, negative publicity and all is not my problem. Second is where you express an opinion that when the financial statements are not materially misstated, you go out and tell that it is wrong. How is it possible? When FS are free from material misstatement, you going and giving modified opinion, impossible. Impossible. Why? Why? Huh? Tell me the answer. Because it is not new for you. That's why I'm asking. Management will always question on what basis you're telling this. Because when everything is correct, what are you checking? Or maybe out of 100 transactions, one transaction was wrong. You only checked that one. 99 you left. It is like, imagine I am an outside party. Okay, I come to class. Now I am telling my class is very good. Alright, he'll come to class and he'll pick one student. That one student was absent yesterday. And he'll ask question to that student. What will that student say? Now imagine that fellow will come and ask, where did Mahatma Gandhi do Satyagraha? He will tell Gindi. Now that fellow will go out and tell you, worst class. No IQ at all. Now boss, out of 100 you asked only one. You should have asked more. In fact, that one also was wrong only, no. He was not there in the previous day class. How can you ask that syllabus to him? So 99 are good. You never saw that. You saw only one and went out and told that management is wrong. Is it correct or not? It is not correct. Procedure was wrong. Therefore, such kind of things are all. Management will never entertain. Understood? So, practically we can think of telling, but we cannot tell. Because as per standards, before modification, we should always communicate with management and TCWs. And only then we'll be able to give the report. Is that clear? Management has evidence to prove. Correct. Management has better evidence to prove saying everything is correct. How can you go into modified opinion? Is that clear? Got it. Yes. Any doubts with respect to exclusion from auditors? Any doubts with respect to exclusion? Yes. Litigation means case. Somebody filed a case on you. So you are fighting a case in the court, that's called litigation. Okay? Suits filed, cases filed, class action case, labor case, right? A third party case, right? Your product is defective. Consumer has filed a case on you, litigation. Okay? You have fought something with someone. Someone has filed a case on you, litigation. So filing case is what we call as litigation. Okay? Right, sir. Now, remember Red Bull gives you wings, right? Now, somebody filed a case on Red Bull saying it doesn't give them wings. It's common sense. It's common sense that it doesn't give you wings. Who are you, Lucifer? To get you wings whenever you want? No. So, now it is a litigation. Somebody filed a case. Alright. Now that doesn't come under auditors. You go, me poi tappa solra in market Red Bull gives you wings. Now that's why they change their ad only after that. Right? You see, after that it is not WINGS, it is WIINGS. Because there is no word called IIINGS. But there is a word called WINGS. Okay. Similarly, Fair and Lovely. Glow and Lovely, jobless people. There are so many bigger things to handle. Like how I saw yesterday, very good sense we have. Okay. There are so many other things to handle. No. Product you have used Fair and Lovely, racism. So they removed and put Glow and Lovely. Right now, these things doesn't come under auditors. Vico turmeric. Ad you have seen, no? Previously in theaters they used to give, put this ad. Vico turmeric cream. Right? The sentence only goes like what? Vico turmeric, in Hindi they say Vico turmeric nahi cosmetic. Vico turmeric Ayurvedic cream. Now this is because of the excise department. They put up a allegation saying you are manufacturing beauty cream and not Ayurvedic cream. Because for Ayurvedic the excise law was different. So they fought that case and then they changed the sentence only in ad. Vico turmeric, it is not a cosmetic product. Right? No, such things are not coming under audit risk. It's your problem. Don't put that on my head. Understood? So I have to clearly specify to people. Even Patanjali or Maggi, lead content, whatever these are there, these are not my problem. Audit risk means what? I checked wrongly. not you did business wrongly. You do, sir, even if you do business wrongly, I should check properly. If I check properly, everything will be detected. Understood? Clear? Yes, sir. Right. There are two types of auditors basically. One is called as what? Two elements basically. One is risk of material misstatement and one is detection risk. In that, which is management and which is auditors? Yes, risk of material misstatement is always management, whereas detection risk is always. Now, what is detection risk? What is detection risk? We not checking properly is called detection risk. We not verifying properly is called detection risk. I told you, audit risk is a combination of two things. It's a function of ROM into DR. Now, when I say ROMM into DR, when I say ROMM into DR, even though ROMM is high, if I put up the better procedure, DR will be less. Therefore, my risk will be less. I told you, one of the factors must be reduced. If ROMM is high, DR must be low. If ROMM is low, DR will be high. Not must be, will be high. You know why? If ROMM is low, risk is very low. Will you check more or check less? Check less. Automatically, detection risk will increase. But that doesn't matter. Because ROMM is low. So my job will be better where? When ROMM is low. When ROMM is high, my workload will increase. Example, if students don't revise and come, teacher's workload increases. If students revise and come, teacher's workload will increase. So my revision risk will increase because I have not revised in the class, but you have revised in the class. Therefore, total risk will reduce. One of the factors must be reduced. Either risk of material misstatement or. Are you getting my point? Understood? Yes or no? Like how they say no. When one person is angry, other person must be calm. Right? When other person is angry, the first person must be calm. If both are angry, damar. Understood? So same thing. If management is bad, you be good. When management is good, now you need not be bad, but even if you don't do your procedure, you will be bad formula wise because your risk will increase. Doesn't matter because primary risk only is not there. Is that understood? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes, sir. Now, any doubts in this? Audit risk has two components. Which are those? ROMM and DR. ROMM is whose problem? Detection risk is whose problem? Audit's problem. Is that understood? Got it? So, which one should be reduced? Which one should be reduced? ROMM should be reduced. But is it in our hands? No. It is in management hand. So, can we detect them properly and then tell management, please work on these areas? Are you getting my point? Yes. Patient and doctor. Patient is management, doctor is auditor. Now, he will audit you and tell these are the problems you are having. Don't eat this, don't eat that, eat only this, eat only that. He can tell you. Now, if you keep eating, you will fall sick. You will keep going to him. His workload increases. But if you take care, will you go to him? No. His workload reduces. Although, doctor's risk will increase because he has not checked you properly. Now, even if he is not checking you properly, parvala. Why? You have been maintaining yourself very well. Right? Therefore, your health is overall, health is good. Understand? For your health to be good. Now, this is the conclusion I am giving. For your health to be good, either you should be good or your doctor should be good. Are you getting my point? Yes, you are bad, your doctor also bad. But if you are bad, your doctor is wonderful. he will detect many errors. If you are good, doctor is bad, still does not matter, your health will be fine. So what should be better here? You. So ROMM is a focus. Why practically you think out of 100 CA, majority of them will be better only, no? Because you can't copy and clear exam. So therefore everyone will be professionally qualified only, but management won't be qualified enough. So our focus should be on reducing the ROMM. Adana reduce panna management reduce panna. Ultimately ROMM must be reduced. It could be because of me, it could be because of you. Our end goal is what? ROMM must be reduced. So in your textbook or notebook, there only you write if you want with a note to reduce the audit risk. To reduce the audit risk, one of them must be reduced. To reduce the audit risk, one of them must be reduced. One of them must be reduced. And the focus must be on reducing ROMM. Reducing ROMM. Reducing ROMM. Okay. Now that ROMM, whether I tell and you reduce or you yourself reduce, does not matter. Ultimately what? Reduction should happen. Okay. Got it? Yes. Okay. Any doubts in this now? Because this is the concept of audit risk. Initially, I explained the meaning. Then I told what is excluded. Then I went with the components. Any doubts in this? Pakka, what is audit risk? Giving an inappropriate opinion when FS are materially misstated. What do you mean by that? What kind of opinion you'll give? Unmodified opinion when financial statements are materially misstated. Correct? Huh? What are the two components of audit risk? ROMM and detection risk. What is ROMM? What is ROMM? Risk that exists in the FS before we start the audit. Who is responsible for that? Management. Right? What is the second component of audit risk? Detection risk. What is detection risk? My procedure may not be identifying more errors. Who is responsible for that? I myself. Therefore, what is our end goal? To reduce ROMM. Now that ROMM, through my detection, if it is reduced also, no problem. Management on its own also, if they reduce also, no problem. Ultimately, financial statement should be good. Got it? Clear? Any doubts? Online, YouTube, any doubts? Please let me know if you have any doubts. That we will go. Since I will talk about that. We are going step by step. Let's not jump. Audit risk, components of audit risk, exclusion of audit risk. Did you understand? Yes. Let's move on to the next part now. That is, under ROMM, there are two components. One is called as inherent risk. One is called as control risk. Now, what do you mean by inherent risk? Inherent risk means what? Inbuilt. Possibility of material misstatement due to complex transaction or even due to fraud. This risk may be higher for class of transaction, etc. So basically, this risk is inbuilt risk, sir. Or I can say all risks before putting up ICS is called as inherent risk. This could be due to multiple reasons like nature of business, nature of activity, management's attitude, management's behavior, their approach. So many things are there where we can't do anything about it. We can put controls, but controls also will not be able to curb everything. So those risks which are there in the business before putting up ICS is what we call as inherent risk, right? Like I said, it is born with the business. Nothing can be done about it. All we can do is try and put the controls over it, right? Classic example for this is my business involves a lot of cash transaction. High risk or low risk? High risk. What are we going to do about it? What are we going to do about it? We are going to put controls on that. Correct. Now, what controls you will put? You may ask someone else to supervise that. You may put a cashier there. You may put a CC camera there. Now, everything it will stop. No, sir. It can reduce. But even after putting that, if there is any risk, that risk is called as control risk. So inherent risk means before putting up ICS, whatever risks are there, everything is called as inherent risk. Now to reduce inherent risk only we put internal controls. Now even after putting internal controls, there are some risks which are not taken care of. That risk is called as control risk. Is that clear? Got it? Yes. Okay, sir. Control risk is what? Your ICS is not able to detect, prevent, correct. So it should prevent, it should detect, it should correct. Your ICS is not doing that. Therefore, there is what is control risk. Both will give rise to risk of material misstatement. Right? Your cash transactions also will give rise to a risk of material misstatement. Your bad ICS also will give rise to ROMM. Both can be due to fraud or error. I repeat again. ROMM has two components. Inherent risk, control risk. Inherent risk means what? Risk before ICS. Control risk means what? Risk after ICS. In simple words to understand. Yes, before and after. Okay. Okay. Now, whose problem is inherent and control both? Because who puts ICS? So they put what they think is right now. I getting my point. Yes, and who can break and breach? We can breach. Who can break ICS? Who will put ICS? Who will tell me this? Management only. As if they tell. Which manager will come and tell I have done fraud, arrest me, sir? No. So that is why my procedure must be on a higher level. Got it? Yes. Okay. So a sound internal control system significantly reduces this risk. However, it can reduce but cannot eliminate. Like I said, risk can always be reduced but cannot be eliminated. Let's take one general example. You want to travel by two-wheeler. What risk is there? Accident risk is there. Then what other risk is there? Sorry, tan. Okay. Tan risk is there. Skincare. Then, bike repair. Sir, only two people can travel. Petrol. Okay. Petrol is not a risk because in other vehicles also use fuel only, no? Damage caused by opposite person's mistake. Possible. Okay, how do you reduce this risk? Protection gears, basically. Shin guards, helmet, etc. Then, so if you wear helmet, follow civic sense. Perfect. Traffic sense. Yes. Now, if you wear helmet, if you wear all protection gears, if you follow civic sense, traffic sense, etc., so accident risk is gone. It will still be there, no? But it is. Now this is called control risk. You cannot eliminate it. But your internal control, see, breaking the skull versus scratch on hand, which is better? Now imagine you are not wearing only helmet. there is the risk of accident. Right? Before wearing helmet, before wearing protective gear, there is a risk of accident. That's why you see that people go on long rides, these riders, right? They wear a jacket which has a pad on their back, chest, shin guards, right? Knuckles, right? Now all these things, why are they wearing? So that even if they fall, they should have minimal injury. Injury will be there for sure. Pakka. Here, but not as fatal as without protective gear. You're getting my point? That is the logic, sir. So, risk can only be reduced but cannot be eliminated. Now, reduce means to what level? To a level which is acceptable for us. Okay, will not parvala, sir. No problem. Risk can manage. So, you are accepting the risk. Why? You can't eliminate that. Right? That which you cannot eliminate, you will end up accepting it. And acceptance is the key. Sri Krishna Paramatma only has told it. You have to accept certain things. So you cannot eliminate, you cannot change everything in this world. Same logic, you cannot change everything in business. You have to accept certain amount of risk. So whatever 100 risks are there, we put controls on that. That 100 risks may come down to 20. Now 80 have reduced because of inherent internal control system. Yes. So this will give rise to ROM. Now that we have to detect. The residual 20% whatever we said, no, if we detect and tell, see these are the problems, please correct it. They will correct and reduce the auditors. Ultimately, it's a teamwork. Management also should work, audit also should work towards a betterment. Understood? Yes. Now go to the text of both. Inherent control, inherent risk as well as control risk. Dog age 5 also is a risk, sir. Yeah, dogs. Correct. Yes, Dana. Don't worry, we can take break whenever we want because it's a revision. But let's not take a break in between a specific topic. We'll complete a topic and then take a break and then again we can start and then again we will maybe 5-10 minutes breather and then again we can go ahead with it. Right? So it's not like a normal regular class. We have to continue the topic. Regular class, yes, because you're understanding the topic for the first time. Here since it is a revision, no problem. Alright? Yes, sir. Let's move on now. Evaluation of this risk or assessment of risk. There is a standard called SA 315 which talks about what? Identifying and evaluating risk. Now, do you have a standard list maintained? MCQ, it will help. Understood? Now go to your notebook. Okay? One of the pages you take and start writing now only. Let's begin. SA 210, right? SA 210. SA 210, put a dash, agreeing the terms of engagement. Agreeing the terms of engagement. Next, SA 230. That's what we had seen. Yes, audit documentation. Audit documentation. Next, SA 300. SA 300. Audit planning. Put a dash in it, program. So you already made a list, huh? Next one. 210 done, 230 done, 300 done, 500. SA 500. Audit evidence. Audit evidence. Next. Which is the next essay? Yes, essay 315. If you are able to get 4 marks out of this list in MCQ, easy 4 marks. Essay 315. Put a dash and write. It's a big name. It's this from here. Identifying and assessing the risk of material misstatement through understanding the entity, environment, and internal control. Such a big name of the standard. From right there. Identifying and assessing risk of material misstatement. Identifying and assessing risk of material misstatement through understanding the entity and its environment, and internal control. Right. Now, so under this standard, we evaluate the risk. Now, how do we get to know what risk is there? Let's take an example. Now, teachers like me, where we talk a lot, not generally. See, if you have to take care of my throat, you know how am I supposed to talk? According to doctors. Good morning, everyone. Regular revise 315. Identifying and assessing risk. Now, this is how I'm supposed to talk to take care of my throat. But if I talk like that, no, only 30 minutes. Then I'll have background music from classroom only. Yeah, it'll put you to sleep. Yes, exactly. So, I need to ensure that my class is effective. So, I have to raise my voice. I have to have a voice modulation. I have to stress on few words, etc. Correct? Now, it happened that once my throat was very bad and I had to consult a doctor. Now, when I consulted the doctor, he started asking questions. What are you working? Where are you working? Right? How are you teaching? How are you traveling? What food do you eat? It felt like, previously we used to have a slam book. Favorite hobby, favorite color, favorite movie. He's asking me, what do you eat? What's your favorite food in that? What do you drink? What's your favorite drink in that? Now, in my head, I am thinking, is he actually a doctor only? Because why is he asking such questions which are irrelevant? That is when I understood he was actually understanding the entity and the environment. Where am I teaching? He asked, because of the weather. What I eat, what I drink is because of the diet that I am following. So the questions that you ask to know the person is not just to know the person, it is also to know the risk of the person. In friendships, many ships, you ask question to know the person. It is not just to know the person, it is also to know the risk associated with that person and whether you can take that risk or not. I am talking about audit. I am talking about clients. Right? So when we ask the client what kind of business you have, do you have more cash business? Are you into illegal business? Right? How is your internal control system? Is it good, bad, worse? Now these all, why am I asking questions? To understand what kind of risk he has. Are you getting my point? That risk for me it should be acceptable. Only then I will accept it. Is that clear? Yes. So we have to understand three things to identify the risk. We have to understand entity, that's our client, clients, environment, social environment, economic environment, political environment, regulatory environment, etc., etc., etc. Right? Knowledge of operations, knowledge of finance. Is it debt oriented, equity oriented, etc., etc., etc. Correct? Personal example or general example. When somebody is going to marry someone, in movies, you have seen, they ask a lot of questions. No, why? Why do they ask questions? They will not say anything, but actually they want to see whether can we accept that particular client or not. Risk. Recently, I watched this movie called Ma Inti Bangaram, Samantha's movie. When she enters her family house for the first time, interrogation. Yes, what degree you have? Yes, what language you know? Do you know to sing? Do you know to cook? Now, why? These all are nothing but understanding the entity. Then at the end of the movie, she told her environment. He was in the jungle with bad people. Right? Now, that is when Digant, her husband, understood the risk involved. But by the time he had actually accepted the risk. Understood. Now, together they put up the procedure to reduce the risk. To kill Gulshan Devi. Understood. Karuna is saying is here. The villain name. Yes. Now, that is what we call an audit. Where the auditor tried to understand the entity, environment and ICS to put up the better procedure. Right? Now, what procedures they put in the movie? Knives, guns, etc., etc. they got to reduce the risk to an acceptable level. Now, for others, they can't accept the bullet, wound and all. So, Samantha told, you guys go. I will be here. But I can accept this risk. For me, it is acceptable level. Is that clear? Yes, that's the logic. So, to reduce the risk, what we do? We understand three things. Entity, environment, internal control system. These three, when we understand, we get to know how bad the client's system is. If it is very bad, that means I have to put better procedures. If it is good, I have to put lesser procedures. Is that clear? Got it? Yes, sir. Yes. Right. Now, what kind of procedures we have to put? IO procedures. A for analytical procedure. I for inquiry. Inquiry means what? Getting or seeking information from knowledgeable persons. Seeking information from whom? Knowledgeable persons. Now, who are these knowledgeable persons? Management and those responsible for financial reporting. Number two, it may also obtain through enquiries within the entity and other people in the organization. Like what? I told you. Sales department employees, marketing department employees, legal department employees, IT department employees, etc. IT department means what here? Information technology. What systems they are using, what server they are using, is it outdated, updated, etc. Clear? So you'll understand through inquiry of them. Then one more I is what? Inspection. What does inspection means? Verifying. Clear? Inspection is checking two things: documentation and assets. Physical verification, one of the important MCQ. Physical verification of an asset is inspection. Physical verification of an asset is inspection. Correct? Yes. Okay. Next. Observation. Observation means what? Having a look at the process. Clear? Now, examples of procedures include observation and inspection of the following: entities, operations, business, method, process. Process. You can observe. You can check the documentation. You can check the reports prepared by the management and TCWG, like what? Minutes book. Minutes book. Okay. The entities, premises, and plant facilities. What does plant facilities means? Plant and machinery. Verification. This is called physical verification. It's called physical verification. Got it? Yes. Then what are the other factors, sir? There are three other factors which we call as due. D for discussion among engagement team. Our engagement team will tell us what is wrong, because why? We have experienced people in the team. So when experienced people are included, they know what kind of risks we may face. Okay. Number two, you for understanding. So obviously we need to understand entity, environment, and internal control system, like what? Factors such as industry factors, manufacturing industry factors will be different. Trading industry factors will be different. Service industry factors will be different. Yes. So on the industry, what kind of factors are there? So check that factors, understand those factors. Then regulations. For banking, who's the regulator? RBI. For listed company, SEBI. For insurance, IRDA. For unlisted companies, central government, MCA, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Ministry of Corporate Affairs is for everyone, but specifically for unlisted company, central government will take care. Okay. So understand who is the regulation or what kind of regulations are applicable for you. What industry you are working in, what is the nature of the business, what is the degree of regulation, very strict, lenient, check it out, clear. Then taxation, reporting framework, government policies, regulatory framework, all these will affect your risk. Because I told you, I think, Reliance is from which state? Bangalore, Karnataka. Then why did they shift to Mumbai? Reasons. They may have their factors. Yes. See, I'll tell you, someone working in Tamil Nadu as a businessman versus working in some other state as a businessman, there will be differences. Sir, business is same, management is same. Why there is a difference? Huh? Sorry? Yes, government policies, people, demand, supply, so many things are there. So many things are there. Therefore, there will be difference in performance. Understood? Now, for example, Tamil Nadu, when I come and teach, I can give Tamil movie examples. Same thing can I do this in North? No. Can I do this in Hyderabad? No. Can I do this in Bangalore? No. So I should understand that different areas have different risks. I am getting my point. First time when I came to Chennai, I was having a little bit of anxiety when I took my first batch of CA enter in Chennai, thinking will I be accepted by people? Because I'm not from Tamil Nadu, I'm not from Chennai, so we don't know whether there is acceptance with respect to that or not. Yeah, because I experienced teaching once in Kerala. They came and told me, sir, can you please explain in Malayalam? Now, I do not know the language, so I understood that that industry works differently. Are you getting my point? Now, if you come in South India, if you come to, the other coast of our country, the west coast of our country, if you come to Mangalore and that particular belt, you see our people there, where I am staying, there, those students are multilingual. Okay, so even if they are getting a very bad coaching there, they'll still be able to score rank because YouTube is there. Even if it is, let's say, North Indian lectures or even South Indian lectures where it is not 100% English, they will still crack it. So different market will have different factors. We can't go with the same mindset everywhere. Right? So much I teach in Chennai and Coimbatore and basically Tamil Nadu, sometimes at home Tamil comes when I'm talking to my mother only. Because so much we talk with students and explain in that language, so when we talk to my own parents, when I talk, Tamil language will come out. So different areas have different kinds of factors and risk involved. I need to understand that. Only then I'll be able to tell this is very risky here this risk is there. So procedure should be different. Is that clear? Got it. Yes. And finally we have P for prior period. Last period, whatever information you have got, you can consider that as a prior period information and obviously take that experience forward in the current year. Alright. So technically, what are the main procedures to evaluate the risk? Totally 7 procedures or 7 factors. Other 4 procedures, 3 factors, 4 procedures. A, I, O. Which is A? I, inspection, and O, observation. Very good, sir. Now, what are the 3 other factors? DUP. D for discussion with whom? Engagement team. U. Understanding of entity, environment, internal control, and P. Information obtained in prior periods. Got it? Through this, we evaluate the risk. Understood? Yes. This is your basic concept of audit risk. Go through it as usual, 2 minutes given for you. Go through it. Let me know if you have any doubts or clarification, and then we'll go ahead. Online, let me know. Assessment of risk theory is a little bigger. Concept is, in fact, concept is so huge, you are not even reading 1% of it. Assessment audit risk concept, if you see, no, you will go mad. It is that in-depth. Mad sense in good way. So much is there in that. For you, it's just they have told what is audit risk, exclusion, factors. That's it. So can we understand and write in concise matter in exams? See, that's a little dicey. I would not say that you can write concisely and still get marks. I address it in the class only. If you end up writing in your own words, you can, but at least cover those important points. Now, whatever highlighting I have done, these are key phrases. These are not simply painting. These are key phrases, and these phrases, if it is there in your answer, probably will end up getting marks. But too concise, see, don't focus on writing short. Focus on getting those marks. Now, what is required to get those marks are very important. Okay. So, whether if you write in concise manner, whether you get marks or not, unknown. But I would always recommend keywords, key phrases must be there in the answer. Right? We say left, right of that keyword, you form a simple sentence, it is good enough. But these key phrases must be there. Okay? Got it? Yes. Online. Yes. Main concepts you have to cover. Yes, sir. Okay, sir. So, this is your first concept of 6.4 audit risk, assessment of audit risk is done. So, how many concepts are there for us? Like I told you, there are 6 concepts for us to cover. Now, unless and until we are done with today's target, we are not going to move from here. Okay. So, our target is what? 6.3, 6.4, 6.5 and 6.6. So, you asked for 4 unit revision. We will finish 4 unit only and leave. Now, that doesn't mean I'll not give break in between. I'll give break in between. I'm just telling you, when there is a flow, don't break. Let's not break the flow. Okay. Now, majoritively I will go. If you want a break now, I will give a break now. Look at me, I don't go. Huh? But I'm telling you again, don't think that class will be till 1. Until 6.6 is done, we'll have class. Understood? Clear? Same thing goes with tomorrow. Got it? But if you want me to stop revision and revision, please tell me. I'll be happy. No problem for me. Okay? So, fine. We'll take a break now. We'll come back at 10. see later. Continue. Right, so we were discussing audit risk is done. Let's talk about internal control system. What do you mean by internal control? I told you internal control means it's a process which is designed, implemented and maintained. If you remember, we had discussed about the timetable and all those things in the class for internal control. It's a process which is designed, implemented, maintained by TCWG, management or other people to achieve objectives of the organization. So ultimately it is a process so that we can achieve our objectives. Now what are the objectives? General objectives are what? My financial reporting, that is preparation of FS, should be good. Number one. Number two, my operations must be effective and efficient. That means I have to utilize as less as possible the resources to give the best results. My company should comply with all the laws and regulations. There should be no non-compliance. If non-compliance is there, there is a problem. So to achieve these objectives, we have to put up a system. Now, SA 265 defines system of internal control as policies and procedures adopted by the management to achieve their objectives. More or less, the meaning is same. Okay, 315 says it's a process. 265 says it is a policy and procedure. Both are nothing but towards achievement of objectives. Okay, what is a scope? One is administrative control. One is accounting control. Now, under accounting control, we have two things: internal check and internal audit. So basically, ICS deals with two kinds of control. One is admin control, one is accounting control. Admin control means what? Your management's plan and procedure. Has it been executed properly in production, purchase of raw material, sales, logistics, marketing, everywhere, whatever policies have been put? Have you guys followed or not? Admin procedure. Accounting control means what? Whether accounting is done properly or not. Why? Accounting is with responsibility, manage with responsibility. So whether management has done that responsibility correctly or not. Now for accounting control, they have two different methodologies: internal check and internal audit. Okay, right, sir. So what do you mean by accounting control? It means it ensures the recording of transactions are as per policies and principles. Therefore, proper recording is done or not. Okay. Then maintaining proper books of accounts, checking the arithmetical accuracy, so totaling, carry forward, entries, all these things whether correctly done or not. Accounting control, again two things are there: internal check and internal audit. Basic elements. What is basic elements? PC DAS. P for plans. So financial and other organization plan. Only when you have a plan we can execute. So first element of ICS here is plans. Okay. Number two, C, competent personnel, people. It's not personal, personnel, that is people, HR. So like I told you, doesn't matter whether the system is good or not. People who operate the system must be good. Even if the system is okay, no problem if my people who are handling the system is very good. So competent personnel must be there. They should be competent enough, efficient enough, and their effectiveness must be there. Then D for division of work, meaning one person should not do all the work. This system is there. Different people must be given different responsibility. A for authorization. So any transaction or any activity that is happening in the organization has to be authorized by proper authority. Therefore, unauthorized activities are avoided. Okay. Then yes. Separation, supervision. Separation of what? Operational responsibility from record keeping. So, doing sales, recording sales should be two different people. People who sell the product and people who account that sales must be different. Separation of custody of assets from accounting. People who maintain the possession of the assets should not be given accounting responsibility. Example, somebody who is in charge of locking the server room should not be given authority to account. Somebody who is given the authority of locking the inventory room should not be given the responsibility of accounting. Why? He will only steal the inventory and record as loss. So recording should be done by someone else. Custody of accounts or assets should be done by someone else. Okay. Finally, supervision and review. So internal control must have supervision and review element. That means someone's work should be checked by someone. Now this is where we have a slight doubt when it comes to internal check. Okay. It is a part of internal control only. Implemented and maintained as per the environment where regular supervision and review of the system happens. Regular could be every day, or it could be week, or it could be a month, or anything. Regular. They never said daily. Whenever you are doing, it should be regular. Once in 2 days, if you are doing, every once in 2 days you are supposed to check. These are the basic elements of internal controls. Objectives. What are the objectives? Number 1. Transactions are always authorized. Transaction must be recorded in the ARP facility. That is proper amount, proper account, proper period. All the transaction must be lawful and authorized. Unlawful transaction, unauthorized transaction should not be there. Whatever transaction you are recording should be as per accounting policies and accounting standards, should not deviate from there. You have to provide security to the assets from unauthorized use. So assets must be safeguarded. Then identification of weakness and improving them is also their objective. Utilization of resources. Resource utilization is their objective. And as per SA 315, what is their objective? Same thing. Transaction as per authorization. Transaction in proper way. Assets are protected. Assets are verified. Okay. So point number 8 is nothing but repeated point, but it is spoken by SA 315. Understood? Okay. This is with respect to objectives of internal control. Let's move on to advantage of internal control. Only 4 points are there. Number 1, efficiency, effectiveness and economy. When you put ICS, time will be reduced, methodology will be good, and cost will be kept at a reasonable rate. Prevention of errors and irregularities. They said prevention, not a complete prevention. Because obviously, management is the one who puts ICS. If they only break it, no one can prevent it. Okay. Then, safeguards from irregularities and misappropriations. CC camera, we will put ICS. Now, management only switch off the camera and comes here and steals certain items and goes. Who will detect that? No one. Because the one who put the ICS only is breaching the ICS as well. Okay. Employee satisfaction and productivity, which means we keep on targeting what is supposed to be done. So employees are also scared that if we do something wrong or a fraud, CA will catch us and therefore we are gone. Okay. What are the types of internal control? Preventive and detective. Corrective won't be there. Okay. Preventive means what? Designed to discourage. So before occurring only we can stop. That's called preventive measure. Detection means what? After the event has occurred, we detect them. So one is preventive control, one is detective control. Examples, MCQ I told you can be asked. Examples of preventive control is what? Segregation of duty, that is separation of work. The transaction must be approved, authorized and verified, and security of assets. Detective means what? We are identifying, finding errors and frauds after they have occurred. Whereas preventive is before. Before occurrence. Detective is after occurrence. Okay. Now, what are the examples? Reviewing of performance. Now, after performance only we can review, no? After performance only review is possible. Then reconciliation. Reconciliation means finding the reasons for difference between 2 points. Physical verification of inventory also come under detective control. One of the MCQs can be asked, be careful. What are the different techniques for evaluating ICS, sir? Technique number 1, narrative record. In narrative record, I told you, always remember the key phrases. Complete and exhaustive description. Suitable for which business? Small business. Is it easy to identify gaps? No, it is difficult to identify. Next is checklist. In checklist, what do we have? Series of instructions or questions. Who should follow? Auditing staff must follow. Okay, next. In checklist, what are the responses? Yes, no, not applicable. Flow chart, pictorial representation of internal control system. For this, I have to first understand the entire process. Without understanding the entire process, can we put flow chart? No, sir. Absolutely no. Therefore, understanding of entire process is a must. Is a must. Okay. Then it becomes easier to flowchart as we can see the broad picture, holistic view we can see. Then ICQ, questionnaire. What is there in this? No instructions, only questions will be there. Involves asking questions to various people. Answer will be what? Yes or no. Yes means what? Satisfactory. No means weakness. Sometimes we may need to provide adequate information. Here you may receive descriptive responses as well, not just yes or no. You may also receive descriptive. Okay, that is with respect to your internal control questionnaire. Now, checklist versus ICQ. We have already discussed this. What's the difference? In checklist, issued at the commencement and reported back after completion, whereas questionnaire, any point you can give. Issued to whom? Checklist is given to staff, whereas questionnaire is given to people in the organization, so employees of client. Next, in checklist, what do we have? Instructions. In questionnaire, what do you have? Question. What is the objective here? Guideline. What is the objective here? Collecting the information. Okay. From here also they can ask MCQ. From here also they can ask MCQ. Okay, sir. What are the limitations? Management JCB. Management means what? Management only will override their own systems. J for what? Human judgment is involved, so system cannot do anything. C square. Collusion is there. That means people coming together to do fraud. Control over common business activity. Meaning what? Control over common business activity. Sir, internal control is suitable for common business only. That means unusual and exceptional or unexpected business activity. We cannot put ICS. System is very costly. Only big people can afford. Smaller entities cannot afford this. And B is for breakdown. Breakdown means what? Employees may misunderstand or commit mistakes. Breakdown means shut down. Internal control system may fail to work. Why? If you are not understanding the purpose of it, system will fail only, no? Are you getting my point? Yes. See, in train, no, there is a chain pulling. Yes. When you pull the chain, what will happen? Train stops. Now, for fun, you are doing it. Tomorrow, the system will change. So, from easy to strict system, it is done by whom? Us only. Why? When we don't understand the purpose, system will fail. Okay, right. That is with respect to your internal control. Okay, quickly go through once and check which point you have problems with. Then we move to internal check, internal audit, and then finish the topic. Wherever I'm giving you MCQ, please go through those properly. And if you take out your paper and see also, I don't know if you have observed in your ICMAI material, the descriptive questions, the long essay questions are repeated. Same to same repeated. Now let's say 40 questions are there. Not all 40 questions are different. Same question, it could be question number 19, same will be question number 38 or something. There a lot of repetition is there in the book. Number one. Number two, many MCQs in the exams are straight from your book. Straight from your textbook, and that's why we solved that also in the class. So easily you can score marks in that particular area. That's the reason why I told you don't skip the entire subject. Somebody asked me, can I skip audit and only focus on corporate accounting? Clear? Questions are straightforward coming from your textbook. So very easy for you to understand that particular part. Okay? Right. Now, let's move on to internal check. Which one, Shrestha? What point? I didn't get a doubt. Answer, Shrestha, what's your doubt in this? Nothing, okay, fine. Let's talk about internal check now. Now, what do you mean by internal check? Internal check is nothing but a part of ICS only, but we are discussing separately. It is a part of ICS. What kind of control is this? Accounting control. They can ask in MCQ, dash internal check is dash control. It's an accounting control. Okay. It's a process where in which the duties of various staff are arranged in such a way that work performed by one is automatically checked by the next staff. Why? Errors are rectified on a daily basis, transactions. Every transaction is checked by other person. That means somebody is reviewing every transaction of yours, which is a good method of control. Okay. Then, allocation of duties are done in such a manner that chances of any duplicity of the work are eliminated, and at the same time, work done by previous employee is automatically checked by next one. Therefore, errors are reduced at a high rate. Why? Because at the transaction level, control is placed. At the transaction level. Now, what do you mean by transaction level, sir? See, now if I have to say in our class, now let's say students are coming, students are going. So we'll place a control near the door that whoever comes, their attendance will be taken by a person. Okay. Now attendance will be divided by into two, session 1 and session 2. So every session you are entering into the classroom, he will take the attendance. Okay. Now imagine you put a control saying this. We will exactly know in first session how many students were there. In second session, how many students were there. Why? Again, coming back to the same topic. You are telling your parents that you are going to academy to study. You are coming for first session. Now after break you bunk and go. Right? Now second session, your parents should know no. Because what will they think? You are there in the academy. But these things and all, generally people will not think because it's a professional course. Right? School, college, understandable. Right? Now this is where control comes into the picture. So we will place the control where at root level only we are curing them and not at the fruit level. Okay. So transaction level only if you put up such system, it is much better. Got it? Yes. Bribe him, control is gone. Bribe him provided he accepts it. If the academy takes care of him, try bribing any of the personnel then. Understood? Clear? Right? That way you can bribe the teachers also then. Will you? Can you? Is the question. Now only when someone is receiving, you will be able to give. When someone is not receiving, he is already taken care. Then control cannot be done anything as such. Understood? Clear? Okay. Sir. Then next, objectives of internal check. What is the objective? Reducing the fraud and error possibility. Number one. Number two, detection of fraud at an early stage. Number three, improving the efficiency. Fourth one, accountability. Fifth one, confirmation of facts and entries, both physical as well as financial, by way of presentation and necessary maintenance of records. So when we maintain records, every information is recorded, so it's an evidence. Then moral pressure on the workforce, that is people. They know that everything is checked, so they cannot do fraud straight away. Here. Reduce the workload of auditors by adopting the checks. This is the objectives. Now what are the characteristics, features? Number one, division of work. That is, one person's work is not done by other person. So I can hold them responsible for it. That is point number three. So because of point number one, point number three comes to the picture. Number two, provision of check. Meaning what? There must be a clear instruction that the work performed by staff must be checked by next staff. Why? Otherwise, the first person who did the work wrongly, and if the next person doesn't check, the wrong work only will go in the process. Therefore, at every stage, there should be a clear-cut instruction that one person's work must be checked by other person. Okay? Then, use of technology. You use your technology. Devices you want to use, software you want to use. Checking must be done. Rotation of employees. One person should not be comfortable in the work for years together. You have to keep changing his duties. Example, banks. In banks, these happen. Every now and then their duties are rotated. Control over employees. Generally, chances of frauds are high in case there is a direct contact between staff and the customer. So manager can keep eyes in those areas to make internal check system more effective. Example, recently, one of my, I only went to a dentist clinic. So one of my friend was there with me. Now he said, I want to consult you more often. Can you give me your number? If something emergency is there, I'll call. Now there was an employee who was working there as a dentist. Now she did not give her number to my friend, right? She gave her boss's number, that is who's the main doctor there. Right? Their number only is allowed. Internal control system. Why phone number you cannot share? Not because safety. What maximum you will do with that phone number? Gone are those days that phone number is, getting phone number is something big. Now you can simply block. But why it was taken, the policy is that tomorrow you should not take my client and go. That is why direct contact will never be encouraged in many offices. You use office phone to contact. You don't use your personal phone to contact because you will go home and post my client. Now, I can still do it, but drastically you can reduce it. That's the context here. So, you can put controls over your employees. Supervision can be put up. Periodical review also must be there. These are the features of internal check system. Can be asked for 7 marks. Be careful. What are the advantages, sir? For auditor, what is the advantage? I can go with sampling approach. I can give more attention to important areas. What is the advantage to the client? Reducing errors and fraud. distribution happens smoothly, moral pressure will be there, and prompt preparation of accounts can happen. Okay, these are the advantages. This also can be asked as a question. Because although you will see only 4 or 5 points, but these 6 points can give it. Okay, next. Liability for relying on internal check system. Now, what do you mean by this? You can devote more time in examining the critical areas. Now, therefore, your liability can be reduced also. Why? You're focusing more on important areas and not less important areas. So, your liability can be reduced. Okay. If you rely on internal check system and perform test checking, a detailed checking, he cannot escape his responsibility of any such error or fraud remaining undetected. Meaning, if you go for sampling rather than detailed checking, then cannot escape the liability. Cannot escape the liability. Right. This is your internal check. Okay. So we are done with the internal control part, and now we are done with internal check part. Internal check is what? At a transaction level, at a root level, we start checking. What is the root level? Every organization's employees' work is checked by other employees, so that even the smallest of the smallest error or mistake can be rectified on a daily basis, on a real-time basis. It is not a detective control, it is a preventive as well as detective control. Clear? Yes, go through it once. Then we'll move to internal audit. Yes, Dilip, tell me, what's your doubt? Second point is mistake of internal internal check. Now, if you rely on internal check and perform sample, you are still liable only. They are saying that. So, internal check you can rely. Based on that, you do sampling. Tomorrow, you can't blame the internal check. You have to blame yourself. They never said it's a mistake. They said there is a responsibility that you have to take. Okay. No. Okay, let's move on to internal audit. Internal audit. Internal audit is applicable for whom? All listed company, all unlisted public company whose turnover is more than or equal to 200 crore, loans is more than or equal to 100 crore, PUC more than or equal to 50 crore, deposit more than or equal to 25 crore, or any one condition is satisfied, internal audit is applicable for you. Okay. Same thing for private company. Turnover is more than or equal to 200 and loans more than or equal to 100. But turnover should be checked for during the FI. Loans, PUC during the FI, deposit anyhow. Okay. Right. What is internal control? We have already studied. Let's talk more about internal audit here. Who should do internal audit? CA, or CMA or any employee also is okay. He can be an employee, he need not be an employee. Okay, right. What is the scope and objective, sir, of internal audit function? That means department in the organization. What do they do? Nothing, sir. They do only identify and enhance or review and enhance. They do not sit and execute things. They don't form policies. They don't execute policy. They just give consultation and assurance. Remember, internal audit is only doing AC. Assurance activities, consulting activities. They never sit and form and execute. Okay. So they check your internal controls, whether it is running properly or not, and then providing recommendations. Then they also examine financial information and operational information to see where what information is wrong. Review of operating activities. They'll help you in reducing the cost, reducing the time, and getting better people. Review of compliance with laws and regulations. They ensure that you are not having any non-compliance. Risk management. They ensure that you take risks, but only which is within your appetite and not more than that. Governance. What does governance means? The way you govern your company, the way you run your company. These people will help in efficient and effective way of running the company. Governance is running the organization. Governance is running the organization. Okay. Now, what are the advantages, sir? Number one, assistance to management. It will help management. Number two, detection of errors and fraud. Prevention of errors and fraud. 2 points are easy. Reduction in wastage. Assets are safeguarded. Efficiency. Whenever we talk about efficiency, remember we are talking about time. We'll be able to achieve the same objective but within a lesser time frame. Example. Let's say Mangalore to Chennai. Train takes 16 hours. Flight takes 1 hour 45 minutes. Which is more efficient? Flight. But which is more economical? Train. Now we need to find a method where it is economical also, efficient also. Problem. There is a problem statement for sure. Same logic here. Our internal audit is expensive, but it will ensure that we have efficiency. Although we pay more to flights, but you're saving your time. Imagine 16 hours minus 1.75. Almost you're saving how much? Half a day. In that half a day, imagine for this flight, you are paying let's say 5K, and in that rest of the half a day, whatever you're saving, if you are able to earn at least 50,000-60,000 rupees, being a professional and talking about a client meeting could be, right now that is covered, no? That is 5,000 or 10,000, whatever it is covered. Now same thing in the train if you are saying, you are saving money, but you are losing out on. Understood? That is the reason why flights are effective and efficient, because time is saved. Okay? Then, now, how many points are there? 6 points are there. One is management point. Second is error or fraud. Error or fraud. Then, wastage, assets, and time. Okay. Now, what is management related point? Assistance. It will help. Help management. Errors and fraud. Prevent as well as detect. Wastage. Reduce. Assets. Protected. Time. Reduced. Okay. So it will help the management, prevent the error and fraud, detect the error and fraud, reduce wastage, and protect the assets, and time is also reduced. Time reduction is what we call as efficiency. Technically. Okay. These are the advantages. Now, internal audit applicability we have already studied. for whom it is applicable, right? Interplay between internal audit and stat audit. Internal audit appointed by management, report given to management. Stat audit appointed by shareholders, report given to shareholders. Therefore, whose report is more reliable? Who is more independent? Who is more influenced? Internal auditor. So he should have certain level of independence, but if he doesn't have, no problem. We cannot rely more on his work. Okay. So in case if you want to rely on the work of IA, there are certain factors that you have to consider. Number one is that IA, outside agency or employee. Between outside agency and employee, who is trustworthy? Outside agency. Scope, action and his report, his experience and qualification, technical compliance, authority given to him, and to whom is he accountable, sir? Who is he answerable to? In the management, there could be 20 people. Who is he answerable to? Is he answerable to only CEO? Is he answerable to CFO, etc.? After evaluation, EA then can decide whether I should rely on not. Once you decide, discuss your plan with him to use his work or to use him as a player in your team. Carefully undergo the reports of the department, understanding what procedures they have put up, what evidence they have received. Perform sufficient appropriate procedure to determine its adequacy. Adequacy means to know my level of work. To know my level of work. Also examine about the management decision. Take WR from them that they will not interfere and IA will work only for you. Take WR from IR or IA saying that what? I will keep my mouth shut with whatever content you are giving it to me. Because I am obviously management guy. So you should not have a doubt that I will go and tell the management. I have to take it in writing. Okay. Moreover, document everything on the basis of his decision. Alright. This is your internal control. This is important. Interplay between internal audit and stat audit goes on once. Again, I am telling you, just giving you a reminder, this is revision. So that's the reason why we are going fast. Okay. We are quickly seeing the important points and wherever explanation is required, I am giving. If you feel that this one point you want more explanation, please let me know. Otherwise, this is the speed that in the revision we generally maintain. Okay. And if you have not studied beforehand, at least not gone through beforehand, then for you everything will be German and French only. Alright. Why I am telling this is for the next chapter. You have a test also tomorrow. So you don't study and come tomorrow's revision also gone. Alright. So at least for the test you study and come. Okay. And I am expecting, I don't know, I might be right or I might be wrong. I'll be expecting lesser number of students tomorrow because of two reasons. One is Sunday. Second is Sunday. Okay. But jokes apart, one is definitely Sunday. Second thing is revision. If it is so fast, then we can't comprehend. Now that's the reason for extra revision. Okay. In fact, revision will be even faster than this. But I am going a little slow to ensure that this is yesterday's topic. Yes. So revision should go like this. But I'm still going a little slower. Wherever required, I'm still trying to put certain extra mnemonics or highlight certain words. Give a little more example for you. Now, if you sit quiet, now what will happen is your brain shuts off. That's why you have to read with me or participate with me or write or any extra examples that I am giving. If you are not taken it down. You have to take it down. Mark my words. If you're simply sitting like a mannequin in the class, your brain shuts off. You have to do one more revision again after going back. So participate more. Okay? That is where improvement happens. Okay. If you simply sit like you are sitting in a BCom class or school college, nothing is going to happen. Okay. For me, my revision happens. Clear? I know because I keep target and within the target we have to finish. Is that clear? Okay. Now come to risk-based internal audit. Before I head, any doubts in internal controls? Because again I'm telling you, revision is done for you, not for me. So you guys have to tell whether you have understood or not what's happening. Online, are you understanding? Yes. Okay, no doubts. Understanding? Yes. But happy to see so many people attending online as well. That means primary analysis says you guys are interested in revision. Okay. The more you revise, the better it stays in your head. Now after today's revision, don't stop. Same chapter in another 2 days you revise. Okay. At least once in 2 days, once in 3 days, sit with the revision video. Now this video, I'll ask the team to push it to your recordings as well. So that what you can do is, go home after 2 days, whichever concept, 6 concepts are there. Now whichever concept revision you want, straight away, go to that particular topic and revise. Okay. Then again study, go back and revise. Trust me, you do it multiple times. After some point of time, the points will be there in your head forever. But you have to keep doing that revision. Now I know you're writing in December. You don't have time actually, to be very honest. We are in August month, correct. You still have how many papers to go? FM, BDA. Then you have corporate accounting, management accounting, right? OMSN. 5 papers you have to complete before writing December. Okay. Now that is the reason why I took up auditing right away. So if I take up auditing in the first instance only, you can start studying from day one. If I take audit as a last subject somewhere between October, then I know what is the status. Understood? That is why I requested the management to keep audit as the first subject right after I finished your neighbor batch. Very next batch I took for you. Okay? So that your December attempt preparation should be good. Keep revising, keep revising, keep revising. So 2 main chapters we are revising, 6 and 7. I'm not saying 8 is not important. But 8 is more often than not, it is self-explanated. There is no concept involved there. Except for cooperative societies, few areas. Okay? But other than that, everything is covered for you only. So make most use of these. Okay? Risk-based internal audit. Now, what is risk-based internal audit? In simple words, auditing the client's risk management process. Client must have risk management process. Whether that risk management process is functioning properly or not, is effective or not, are they taking bigger risks than they are supposed to take? These kind of audit is called as what? Risk-based internal. Is that clear? Yes. So, risk-based internal auditing is what? It links internal auditing to an organization's overall risk management framework. We provide assurance to the board that their process are managing the risk effectively with respect to their risk appetite. So, in short, we are telling management how is their risk management process. Is that clear? So, auditing their risk department is called as risk-based internal audit. Now, there is a small misconception from students. Risk-based internal audit means we will first see what is our risk. Based on that, we do audit. Risk-based internal audit means we are auditing their risk management process. That means out of so many processes, only one process we are going and checking. That is called as RBI. Okay, clear? Clearly in your book you write, right? RBIA is not RBIA is not RBIA is not auditing based on risk. RBIA is not auditing based on risk. It is auditing the client's risk management department. It is auditing the client's risk management department. Risk management department. Okay. So that is basically RBI. Now with this, what will happen, sir? Obviously, the larger role in our risk reduction program. So we are trying to reduce the risk by giving them optimal inputs every now and then. Beyond simply diagnosing the problem, we are also a part of creating the controls and maintaining the risk management efforts over time. So here we are not there to just detect and tell. We are also here to provide solutions. We are not someone who is like, with you, this is a problem. We are not that kind of people. We are telling, this is a problem. So we are not just problem detectors. We are also solution providers. We don't just detect, we also help them in creating effective controls so that they maintain their risk. Remember, you should not go and tell the management, don't take risks. They will. Your job is to tell, don't go beyond this. You are like that parent who will tell the kid, go play outside, but don't go beyond that. And if you see, these kind of parents will sit there and observe. The kid will be playing outside. It's okay if you fall, no problem. But don't go beyond that line. That is called as risk-based internal audit, where we tell them you take risks, but do not go beyond your appetite. And now when you are going beyond your appetite, the parent will come and tell, hey, no, don't go there. Right, understood? You can never say that don't play only. You should let them take risks because there's a meme which is being famous now. Right? Risk or return. There's a celebrity called Ravi Kishan. Yes, risk or return. Risk, my brother. Return follows. So risk is what is very important. Right? You should always focus on, if you say for return, no. Safe return, you will never take risk. Higher the risk, higher the return. But you should know where to stop. Right? Everyone cannot take the same level of risk. Are you getting my point? Understood? Some people can ride two-wheeler with one hand. Can you do it? Some people will do it. Right? Some people, two buses are going, one small gap will be there. In that they want to go. For some people it is okay. For others it is not. They don't want to take that risk. Understood? Risk, brother, risk. Money follows. Yes. You take risk, return follows. Understood? Return follows. Exactly. So we are here to tell the management that take risk, no problem. Okay? Right. Now, sir, by following RBIA, what should we do, sir? Management has identified, assessed and responded to risk. So when you follow RBIA, what are the advantages management will have? They'll be able to identify risk, evaluate the risk, respond to the risk and keep the risk below their appetite. Number one. Number two, responses are effective and not excessive. So they'll be able to respond but not too much. Then, whether residual risks are not in line with their appetite or not. So, all small risks also will be able to evaluate. Right? There's a movie called Paytech. Rajinikanth's movie, where in that, I don't know his name, Bobby Simha's father, who's a contractor. Okay. So when Rajinikanth comes as a warden to the hostel, their contract gets closed. That is when he will tell one dialogue. Meaning old, when I have done something, I think it is chasing me now. So that time it could have been a residual risk. Now it is effective. So it is okay if you leave the risk, but evaluate and leave. It should not harm you. Same movie at the end, climax he will tell when he wants to kill Vijay Sethupathi. He will tell, now should I leave you or should I kill you? If I spare you, again you will come to me. Residual risk. When you are taking a risk, no, even certain residual risk also may affect you. So this RBIA will help you in understanding whether the residual risks are in line with my appetite or not. If it is not in line with my appetite, I better mitigate that risk as well. Okay? Action should be taken to remedy the same. Okay? Then risk management process, including the effectiveness, should be monitored. Then risks, responses and actions are properly classified and reported. So these are technically advantages of RBIA. Okay? I can consider this as advantages of RBIA. Next. This enables internal audit to provide the board with an assurance that it needs on 3 areas. So board will require assurance on 3 areas. Which are those? They are RMP. Whether the design is correct or not. Whether it is effective or not. Number 2. Classification of key risk. That's correct or not? Whether my classification is right or not. Third one. My reporting and classification accuracy. Whether correctly I am reporting or not. So 3 areas where board wants assurance. That is why we do the checking. What are the 3 areas? Number 1, RMP. Number 1, RMP. Number 2, key risk. On key risk they want assurance. And number 3, reporting and classification. In these 3 areas they want assurance, MCQ. Advantages, consistency. So when we do RBIA, consistently every now and then we'll be able to tell the management what is wrong, where are they going wrong, how much risk are they taking. It is better for them. They will be able to handle the risk better. Transparency. What does transparency means? Openness. Risk-based approach to audit enables the auditors to identify risk and allows management to put right internal controls in place for the best performance. So when I tell the management these are your risks, pretty transparent to it is, right? So they will understand which are the areas we need to develop better procedures there or better process to put up. Specificity meaning what? Ranking and mapping risk. See, when you write exams, not for specifically for CMA. Now in CMA also we use this technique. Whenever you get the question paper, we generally tell the students or train the students, write the answer which you know first. Do not write those answers for which you don't know the answer. Now imagine question number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is given. You write question number 1 only first. Now you don't know the answer, but still you are writing wrong answers. Now this is a very bad approach. Correct. And I am the living example of that approach. Or whatever tips I have given in the class, it is tried, tested and worked. It is not that, somewhere somebody told that tip to me, I am forwarding it to you. It's not WhatsApp. Some message I got, I am forwarding it. These all are tried, tested and worked. Okay. When you rank your question, your best question will be written first. When your best question is written first, the valuer will have a good impression. You just have to convince the valuer that you are a good student. But if you start writing wrong answers in the first few answers, no, as a valuer, my mind will switch off. Of course, scheme will be there. Okay. So I would always recommend write your best answers first so that your time also is utilized efficiently. Why I will tell you. November 2018, I am telling you actual case how your specificity is going to help. Okay. November 2018, when I wrote my CA final exams, paper number 2, SFM for me, Strategic Financial Management. I wrote the best answers first. Okay. That was one of my favorite subjects. Now, in that one question was a one-page question where I think 4 options were given, and they said you have to evaluate and tell the business whether it is profitable or not. They had given revenue per day, okay, and expenses per year, something like that they had given. Now I got minus figure right away in all 4. So I stopped writing the answer and I wrote a half-page note to the institute, ICMAI, telling institute should be more serious. Question is wrong. You should give better questions. Only half a page note I wrote out of frustration. Okay, to whom? Institute. I came out of the exam hall. Everyone were there. We were discussing. I don't encourage discussion of the answers. So they were discussing, and I went and told, hey, one question is wrong, so we might get grace marks. So they all looked at me, they're like, which question is wrong? So I showed this question. One of my friend told, you go home. You prepare for the next paper, don't worry, you go home. Now I did not know that, I felt something was wrong. So finally I texted my other friend and I told, tell me what happened. He's like, question was not wrong, you should have turned the paper. I turned the paper. On top, first line they had given one note. Assume 1 year as 360 days. All I had to do is multiply that revenue per day into 360. Everything would have been solved. Now I am sitting there with my hands on my head, and my friend is like, it's okay, man, only one question. I'm like, you think I'm bothered about the question? I am not bothered about the question. I am bothered about what I have written after that. He's like, what I have written? I told one note. That fellow started clapping, saluting and all. He's like, wow, you are the one who's telling institute how to prepare question paper. I'm like, see, no, FR paper, that's the paper number 1. There were errors in that. Okay, so we thought paper number 2 also will have errors. So I told that. He's like, pray to God that next attempt will be eligible. An entire CA student fraternity in my city got to know that I was the one who wrote note to the institute. From till results came, I was a meme material for them. I was a content. Okay, everywhere I was like, come sir, come. The next president, come. And I was also scared as to what my results will be. Okay, now result came. This is a suspense thriller actually. Results are out. My result is not loading. Imagine my situation. I am putting roll number, everything is done, but my screen is not loading. I am getting calls from my friends saying, I cleared. In fact, my wife also called and told, I cleared. And she asked, what about your result? I am like, my result is not loading. My other friend is like, eppadi load ago? You only told institute, no? I'm like, see, yeah, fine, but at least they should give results. So it was not loading. So then someone else checked my result. Okay. My wife only checked my result. So she called and told, you got exemption in law. 64 I got. I said, okay, thank you. He said, like, you don't know the other result. I'm like, law 64 means other things are gone. It's okay. She's like, you cleared. I'm like, okay, fine. Send the screenshot to me. And the subject I put exemption. 61 is full. Despite writing note. After that, no. Who all mocked me. I kept a tab. I went to each of them and told exemption in that paper. Now you know why? Because my best answers were already evaluated. and this was the last answer. Because I did not know, because I had a confusion also. So I kept it at the end. At the end, we will see. So I went and solved that particular question at the end. Imagine if I had not done that. And that is called as specificity. Good things should be taken care of first in the exam. So ranking questions will help you. Similarly, when we do RBIA, for management, they can rank which risk is more important. There they can devote their time. Because you have only limited time in exams, if you waste that in thinking and doing trial and error, you won't be able to complete your paper. That is where RBIA will help. Is that clear? Got it? Yes, sir. Next, IFC versus internal control over financial reporting. But before I head, go through RBIA quickly. One question on MCQ on RBIA can be asked. Is what I feel. It's a very good content. Go through it once. Only 2-3 concepts are there in RBIA. At the end, if there is time, you let me know. Then we will do that also. Okay. Let's move on to IFC versus ICOFR. I told you there are three different logics here. One diagram was there, no? Here. Yes, here you go. Which is the biggest concept? ICS. The next biggest is IFC. And the next one is ICOFR. So here, we are not dealing with ICS. ICS is already dealt with. Now we are dealing with what? IFC versus ICOFR. Now IFC covers only what kind of controls? Controls over financial area, which includes financial statement. Whereas IFCFR or ICOFR covers only financial reporting, not everything of finance. Whereas IFC is covering every area of finance. Preparation of books of accounts also, clear financial policies also everywhere. Whereas FR, how to prepare financials, only that area it covers. That is the basic difference between IFC and ICOFR. Okay. Now come here. Reporting will deal with. What is IFCFR? Process designed to provide assurance regarding reliability of financial reporting and preparation of financial statements. But IFC is not like that, sir. IFC is equal to IFCFR plus operational controls plus anti-fraud controls. This was discussed as MCQ. Now I can ask you IFCFR also as MCQ. What is IFCFR? Maintenance of financial record plus controls on authorization plus safeguarding of assets. We are not dealing with operations. Your business, market, those things are not covered. Only financial reporting status. Whether records are maintained properly, whether transactions are authorized or not, whether my assets are safeguarded or not. That's it. We are not dealing more than this. But when we talk about IFC, apart from this, we also take care of our business operations, also anti-fraud controls. Anti-fraud could be financial fraud as well as non-financial fraud. Yeah, financial and non-financial fraud. Okay. Right. Have a look at point number 4 here again. IFC in addition to IFCFR covers functions of business, compliance of policies. But on which we are supposed to report? On which are we supposed to report? For listed entities, you are supposed to, your director's responsibility statement, that is your board of directors report, you have to mention whether you have put IFC and whether it is adequate or not, whether it is operating effectively or not. This is management has to state where in their BOD report. Sir, should auditor also mention? Yes. In his audit report, he should state that whether company has adequate IFC system and whether it is operating effectively or not. So board also should mention in their report. I also should mention in my report. But board will mention whether they have put. I should mention whether board has put. I repeat, board should mention whether they have put and I should report whether board has put. Understood? No difference. Then, for companies having independent directors, they should also satisfy themselves on the integrity of financial information and ensure controls are robust and defensible. So, these independent directors also have a responsibility to ensure that systems are good. For entities having audit committee, all comments of auditors about internal control system should be given to committee if they ask. So, committee can ask for information about ICS or IFC from whom? From auditors. So that they will also have a knowledge about it. This is important. statutory provisions with respect to IFCs. Alright? Okay, quickly go through. One is statutory provisions. Second one is what is the difference between IFC and IFCF. Go through it. Online, let me know. Online, quick. Yes, Philip, what's it up? For independent director, okay. What about independent director? Okay, meaning they here, when they say for independent director, when they say directors should satisfy themselves from the integrity means they should get assurance that the financial information and controls are good. So for that, they can do any test. They can go and inquire, they can go and ask. So basically satisfy themselves means do whatever they want, but they should get a satisfaction that the controls are robust and defensible, meaning it is good. Okay, that is what they mean by satisfy themselves on the integrity. Basically, they should obtain enough confidence. Enough confidence. Okay. Right. This is with respect to your IFC and IFC. Right. So this is your 6.4, unit number 6.4. Okay, one request is that let's quickly go through that in your institute textbook. Page number 595. Traditional approach versus risk-based approach. What is the difference? Very simple difference. In traditional IA approach, we cover bigger area. In RBIA, we specifically cover risk area. That's a basic difference. But let's understand the other differences as well. Audit plan is based on the audit cycle. Meaning what? What audit cycle means? It starts on a particular date, quarterly, monthly, or half yearly, etc. Whereas risk based is based on result of the business risk. See, you think that risk will knock on your door until next month first I will come. No, risk will come at any point of time. So in RBIA, risky areas are covered first and more frequently. There is no cycle as such here. Whereas in normal internal audit, we have cycle every month, first to 10th will come and audit your previous one transactions. But risk based is not like that because we do not know when the risk will. Okay. Number two, important risks might not be covered during the plan, whereas in RBIA, the priority only is what? Risk. So high risk will be covered first. focuses on deficiencies in controls in case of non-compliance, whereas in RBIA focuses on risks that are not properly controlled and overly controlled. Fourth one, here in traditional IA, resources are spread all over business activity, whereas in risk-based, we give resources where? Only to most risky areas. So concentration is on high risk areas. Okay. Here, business risks are not mapped. Whereas there, the importance of risk is established during the risk assessment phase and in agreement between IA and the client. Meaning there, we handle business risk as well. Sixth one, disagreement with the management over action plans leading to delays in implementation. Meaning if you have difference of opinion, management, if there is a difference of opinion, then the procedure will get delayed. Whereas here, facilities consensus with line with the management on the needed action plan, therefore improving timely implementation of corrective measure. Meaning here, if we delay, management knows it is them who will be in trouble. Because risk is taken by whom? Management. So here generally, they will have an agreement. Mutually, consensus means what? Meeting of minds. So in risk-based, management and auditor will be on the same page to resolve the matter. Whereas in traditional based, no, we know that it is not about the risk. It's about ego, policy, procedures, estimates, etc. There will be difference of opinion. Here, since risk is involved, more or less the time consumption will be lesser to resolve the problem. Whereas there, time consumption will be more. Okay. That is the ultimate difference between traditional and risk-based approach. Got it. If you want to go through once, okay, go through once again. Six points are there. See if there is any problem in this. For those who do not have the instrument material in your hand, first 2 points you read, then I will scroll to the next page. Those are you can study from a text. First one is what? Cycle. Traditional has cycle. Risk-based does not have cycle. Second one is what? In traditional, we may not cover important areas, whereas in risk-based, we cover important areas first. Third, here focus is on what? Deficiencies in control. Their focus is on what? Where control is not there or where control is more than what is required. Then here, our resources scattered, their resources concentrated. Okay, here business risks are not taken care, their business risks also are taken care. Here disagreement will lead to more time consumption, there consensus will be there, therefore lesser time consumption. Basically 6 points. One is cycle. Number 2, coverage. Write one word there. First is cycle. Number 2, coverage. Number 3, focus. Number 4, concentration. Number 5, mapping. Map means linking. Okay. Number 6, consensus. Sir, is there a chance of asking this topic in the exam? See, all 6 attempts in front of you only we have discussed. Was there a single question on this? No. Okay. So, if I have to go by previous trend, the chance is very less. Okay. I won't eliminate the chance because we don't know what they think, but the chances are very less of asking this topic in the exam. And that is one of the reasons why I did not focus too much on this. Okay. Right. Let's go ahead with the next unit, 6.5. But before that, come to 6.6. This was the most demanded topic. The guy who demanded didn't come on today. Okay, let's talk about application of technology in auditing and audit training. Now, in this, I just want to understand which is a topic which you wanted a revision on. Now, there are two concepts in this. Basically, the bigger concepts. One is using tech in audit. Second thing is audit trail. Okay, so first initially we are talking about using the tech here until audit trail. So two main concepts. Then we talk about audit trail. So which is that particular concept which you require revision for? I am not asking to skip. I am asking to understand. Is it using tech or trail? Maunam brother today. Huh? Trail or using tech? Trail. So using tech, any revision, more revision required for that? Trail. So online, offline is studying trail. Majorly everyone is saying trail. Then we'll go to trail only first. SA 610 means what, sir? SA 610 is using the work of internal auditor. Is what you can write down in the list only. SA 610 using the work of internal auditor. Sir, CMA intercosting revision also there, sir. I am not taking CMA intercosting, so I don't know. That will ask your costing faculty. Hey, just now I gave a break. I can't give a break again. You can take the break. Anyway, one break. Okay? Yes. Let's move on. When we talk about trail means path. Simple. Trail means what? Path. Somebody has walked on a particular area. How do we know? Footprints. That footprints is called as trail. In audit language, if somebody has entered into the system, a document is created, a log is created, that is called trail. Now, those who have seen GST website, when you log into GST website or when you log into some of the bank website, there will be something called as last logged in. That last logged in is nothing but a trail. Now, unless you log in or someone else logs in using your credentials, only their evidence is created. No? Yes. Now, let's say your internet banking, 3 times if I put wrong password, what will happen? It will be blocked. How does the system know the password was put thrice? Back end, there should be a trail. Don't write trial. Trail. Correct? So in the back end, there should be a trail. Based on that, only decisions are taken. Here, same logic here. Now, management has to have an audit trail or a trail in their system so that I can figure out who is that person who entered a transaction, who is that person who deleted the transaction, who is the person who altered the transaction. This is the basic concept for me. Why we are studying this is because I want to know who entered the transaction, who altered the transaction, who deleted the transaction. And at the end of the reporting period, when I'm coming and doing audit, what management will, I don't know, sir. I don't know, sir. I don't know, sir. So there should be a trail. Is that clear? Got it. So your audit trail specifically means nothing defined as documents, records with respect to transaction that enables me to trace the transaction from the source document. So from the invoice who entered the transaction in the books, because of the trail I can find out. From the invoice, if 10,000 is 1,000 is there in the books, who entered this 1,000 I want to know. Are you getting my point? Yes or no? No, that is what we call as audit trail. a path wherein it is easier for me to find out the somebody reached there, correct, but how it was reached, who is that someone, I want to know. Is that clear? Got it. Yes. Okay, sir. Now, you have something called as Truecaller, no? Why do you have the Truecaller app? Huh? Sorry? To know who is calling. Okay? Now, why that particular concept came into the picture? Let's roll back few years ago. Landline was there. In landline, I am not talking about caller ID landline. The non-caller ID landline. How will you know who called? Will you know? No, sir. You will definitely not know. Right? Now imagine you are someone who's getting calls every now and then. Clear? Someone will call and ask you, Nega Veru Dasa, Lord Labuka Dasa, someone will ask you. Now you want to know who's this person? No. Now without caller ID, how will I find out? I have to go to the telecommunication system, request them, they will have a record. Imagine they also don't have a record now. Yes. This is why trail is important. To identify who is that trail. Now that concept slowly came to caller ID. Now when caller ID came, you know which number it is. At least number you know now. Slowly, now Truecaller also gives you name. Now this is where we come across a concept called as trail, where it will help us in tracing the transaction. So in simple words, trail helps in tracing. But clear. If tracing was not there, my job would have been even more difficult. Now to sit and find every transaction and ask everyone. You think everyone will tell? So when I give you a login, credentially when I log in, it is a log created behind the scenes that Karthik sir has logged into the system at this point of time. In fact, if ArivuPro wants, they can know which student put their attendance at what time and at the time of attendance where were you. Trail. This trail is created tomorrow to trace the transaction. Now, when you go and tell that we have 100% attendance, now we have a record and you don't have 100%. Obviously, there will be a trail created there. Understood? Okay. For example, read point number 3. For example, a sequentially numbered sales invoice copies would normally be listed in a register and subsequently filed either in numerical or chronological order. Therefore, it would be possible to trace a particular invoice from the day book to the original file by reference to the number or date of invoice. Journal entry narration you write. No. In the narration, when you write invoice number, it is easier for us to trace. So, anything that helps us to identify a transaction is what we call as audit. Understood? Clear? Yes. Okay, sir. Next, in an automated environment, accounting software provides the ideal example of audit. So, right now, everyone uses software. So, software only creates that record for me, much easier to audit. Okay. Now, statutory requirement for trail. Is it required? Yes, sir. Whose point of view this is? Management's point of view. But before that, did you understand the meaning of trail? Pakka. Because this is the most demanded revision for you. So, I will go to the next topic only if you understand the basic concept of trail. Right? No problem. Take your time, go through it once and then tell me. Online, even you. Nice AI, okay? Finish for trail first. Priority subject. Sir, are you taking any subject for group 1? Technically, I am law faculty, or there is business laws. Paper number 1. There is 5 paper number 5 basically. Internal paper number 1. Weird numbering CMA is given. So technically I am SS of accounting, but I don't know whether taking for you guys or not. The schedule is not fixed yet. Go through meaning of audit trail and let me know. I think previous group one starts after your December attempt results. Not very sure. Trail means investigation of evidence left behind. Trail means evidence left behind. Investigation of evidence is not trail. That is auditing. We are auditing that particular evidence. Okay, trail means nothing but evidence. Path. Verifying them, checking them is part of audit. Okay. Yes, sir. Any doubts in this? Understood the basic meaning of trail? Pakka, online, those who requested for it, please respond. It's done for you guys only who asked for it. Please respond. Understood? Yes. Shall we move ahead? Yes. Okay, let's move on to the next topic, that is statutory requirement of audit trail. Is there a requirement under a law? Yes. As of now, there is. Which law? Companies Act. Companies Act requires every company after a certain time, they said April 2022 here, okay, no thumbs up allowed. Online, that thumbs up emoji avoid. Paathale, say yes, good enough. Imagine it's like, did you understand? Okay, thank you. I'm sent. Anyway, so standard requirement as of now in Companies Act it is there. Alright, under section number 128, maintenance of books of accounts. So any company which maintains books of accounts in a software mode, that software should have a feature of having a trail. On the trail we should go and check. So management, if they are using an accounting software, they must have, shall use only such accounting software which has a feature of recording the trail of each and every transaction, creating an edit log of each change made in the books of account along with the date when such changes were made and ensuring that trail cannot be disabled. So any software that you are using as of now, that software must have a feature of recording trail and that should not be able to delete. No one should be able to delete that. And the madri feature irukra software mattumda use pannanum. Only those software which has this feature must be used. From which year? April 2022. Understood? Later on they said, sir, give one more year, then it went on to April 2023. Okay? Then, because see, I tried telling people are not listening. So what they did, they said, manufacture software only with this feature. Now you can't do anything. Now what we should do, we have to go and report in our audit report whether company has used such feature or not. By members should know, no? So for members, we will tell, see whether company has used this particular software or not. Now this one part, no. Long back in Inter, they asked for one specific question dedicated only for this. Clear? So remember, they should maintain that software. We should report whether they have maintained or not. Similar thing we have seen today somewhere. Similar thing. They should put and we should report. What is that? Just now we did. Just now, management should put and we should report in our report. IFC, IFCFR. So they should put in their report whether IFC they have maintained or not. We should put in our report whether they have maintained properly or not. Same thing here. Whether they have used such software or not, they should tell in their report. We should tell in our report that whether they have maintained or not. Yeah. That's my duty. How does this log operate, sir? First of all, automatic record has automated logs. Unlike manual record that needs one to input the logs. Example. How many of you have used when you enter a flat or an apartment? You have two kinds of apartment system there. One, a watchman will keep a register where you have to write which flat you are visiting, what's your name, number, purpose of visit, etc. Second, that is also ICS only, but that is manual ICS. Second thing is an automated ICS where you have to provide OTP. Only then they will allow you inside. Clear? Certain bigger societies have this in Bangalore and all. Right? Biometric also will be there. Now, why do they put that? You should not know who came. Random some person comes, you don't know who is. So therefore, what happened was in one of the cases, now we had to surprise our friend. Now, if we have to surprise our friend, now in this case, no, there is a watchman, but there is no register. Now the watchman has to actually access the door and let us in. We cannot because our fingerprint is not saved. So what we did, we told one of our friend in the gang, you go and fight with the watchman. Simply. No, he went there, he stood there and he started fighting with the watchman. The watchman was busy fighting. So what we did, in that gap, we all went, but we cannot open the door. Because none of our fingerprint is there. So we were waiting, because if we tell watchman now, watchman will call that person and tell someone has come to visit. Are you aware of it? Now the entire surprise will spoil. So what we did, we waited, one person is coming out of the building. So from inside you'll have one button, you open it and the door will open. Now when the door opened, no, that fellow opened the door and he went out. Before the door closed, in my hand cake was there. I just put my foot in between. The door didn't close. Okay. Now what it slowly, my friends opened the door. We all entered in one by one. Then we left a message to that guy who was fighting. Bro, plan successful. Stop fighting. And he finally stopped fighting by asking sorry and all those things. Slowly he came from that side. From inside only the button, no fingerprint required. He opened the door. He also entered. Now tell me, that's it. Do you have a record? No, exactly. ICS is weak. Right? Now we all went, we surprised. That friend is like, how the hell you entered? Because watchman generally calls. All these are magic. What magic? ICS was breached. Right? Now see, there is no trail created. Generally when you give your biometric, a record is created that someone has logged in at this point of time. So you have to put a better ICS. That's why now in the bigger societies and all, no, the ICS is no way you can surprise. Entering the gate only, they will ask you who you are. So you have to call and tell them, okay, they will generate an OTP there. That OTP will be given to me and I should tell the watchman. Only then an access will be given to us. Now that is called trail. So that I know who is doing what. Okay. Right. So automated record, automated logs only will be there. But in manually we have to create a log. So audit trail record every activity that occurs within your system. It takes details of when, how, by whom the activity was done. This is an important point. When, how, and by whom the activity was done. Also shows the response of your system to the activities that took place, meaning how your system responded to that error message, system shutdown, etc. Okay. Shivaji movie you have watched, no? Rajinikanth's one of the old movies, 2007 or something. In that laptop has a software. Right. Now he has a code word which he says and only the laptop opens. Now Three times you tell the wrong code word, the laptop crashes. How does the laptop know it is the third time? Log. Backend log is created. Understood? This is how systems also will get to know. Corporates, when you join their company, they give you a laptop and phone. But laptop has one feature. You cannot plug in an outside device. USB or hard drive, nothing you can plug in. Now, I did not know about my friend's laptop. Now, his personal laptop also Dell only, office laptop also Dell only. Both are same. Now, I wanted to, use one of the laptops. By mistake, I took his office laptop, opened it, plugged a USB to it. Laptop locked. Okay. Now, I did not know. I took the pen drive out, I closed the laptop, kept it how it was only. Okay. And I used my other friend's laptop. This will okay, this will open, laptop is not working. It shows some external device was connected and therefore the laptop is locked. Please contact the administrator. Now he had to go to his office, give an apology letter. Then they will process it. Then the laptop was unlocked. He came and asked, who did this? Right now, I said, I don't know. Maybe someone from, 4 people are there in the room. Maybe the other 2 guys did it. Now, these both looked at me. Okay, I said, I only did it. I'm like, both of your laptops are same. Maramata should label your laptop, no, office laptop and personal laptop. He said, bro, that's a system there. I know, but you should tell them which system is yours, which system is office. Log will be created there back. And this is for safety purpose. You know why? Because you attach some external device, adala virus. Now, if it enters the system and if you connect to office connections, through the connections it will enter to two different systems. And that is the reason why many offices have this control. Understood? Okay, so edit log feature allows tracking the edits for masters and every transaction capture the date details, username, when changes are made. Then generation of difference, where the difference is, everything will be the creation, alteration and deletion. Therefore, through audit trail, it is possible to identify unauthorized changes causing material misstatements very easily. Okay, benefits, accountability is possible. Then promotes data security, allows reconstruction. What is reconstruction? Tracing. We can reach the source because of path. Okay, and detection of the system interference and errors. These are the advantages. 4 advantages of audit trail. Okay, one is what? Accountability. Then promotes data security, reconstruction of events, and detection of system interference and errors. Because of trail, we can raid. R for reconstruction of events, A for accountability, I for interference and error, and D for data security. Got it? Yes. Alright. Go through it once, guys. Go through it once and see which area has more issues now, or issues resolved or not. Online response would be appreciated. In that, statutory requirements are very important. Okay, they can, if they want to ask a very difficult question, they can in fact ask which financial year. Okay, be careful with respect to that. Financial year 22-23 onwards, according to the main law. But then again, they change, but the change is not there for you now. Online respond. Those who are specifically asked for this. Any doubts, any clarification, any confusion, without any hesitation, please question. No doubts. Online. Done. Offline. Any doubts? No. Okay. So your trail part is done. Okay. Quickly, I'll brush up through tech and audit. Do we require tech and audit? Yes. Good or bad? Yes. This video is recorded or live. This video is live because I'm reading your comment also. Okay. Then, will there be live on Tuesday also, sir? No. Tomorrow, I will come live again with chapter number 7. Okay. Break, sir. Take. Okay. Tech in audit. Now, when we are talking about tech in audit, see, I want to wind up also early. Why simply give another break and extend more? I want to wind up at the earliest. So, one more unit will be winding up like this. Okay. Then full break only for you. Okay. Hi, sir. How are you, sir? I am good. Thank you. I hope you are doing good too. Application of tech in audit. Now, when you are actually taking tech help in audit, your time will be reduced, efficiency will increase, results will be more effective. Okay. Now, that is where you have to understand the concept called digital auditing or auditing digitally. If we are using tech in audit, it is called auditing digitally. If we are auditing a client where they use tech, it is called digital audit. I repeat, if the client uses a tech and we audit that environment, that is called as digital audit. We are using tech in audit, auditing digitally. Example, we use random number generator software. Digital audit or auditing digitally? Auditing digitally. We use sample software. We use sample software to determine how much sampling units you have to make. Auditing digitally. We are using Excel to identify those transactions which are high in cash. Auditing digitally. But my client is into tech, tech company like ArivuPro. He is using more technology. If I am going and auditing them, what is it? Digital audit. Understood? Okay, sir. So digital audit means something but where PODA, PODA, we use tech. P for process, O operation, D decisions, and A accounting. Advantages: accuracy is there. Number 2, high volume can be processed. Number 3, faster processing. Number 4, efficiency and security is better. Number 5, minimizes human error. Last one, better connection between two processes. See, for example, Face ID. Your mobile phone may have Face ID. Now put up a mask on your face and then rectify. Will it allow you? No. Tell the system, Nandanda, your boss, will it allow? No. Try that with humans. Will they allow? Yes. Imagine you installed a person without, showing your face, you will not allow. Okay. Now you are standing with the mask and you tell, hey, Nandanda, allow me. Won't you allow? Try that with the system. No. They won't. Why wear glasses and scan? No. Will it allow? No. Right. Now some of the systems will not allow. Okay. Now you wear glasses and then go to a person there. Now the person can recognize your face now. So which is more reliable? Huh? Which is more reliable? Manual or automated? Automated. Right. The full form of Koda, process, operation, decisions, and accounting. That's why here I underlined also. PODA. Very good. Nice. Next. Components. That means part. What are the components of a tech environment? The database will be there, where all the data will be stored. Systems will be there. Then hardware and storage device. Network must be there. Network devices must be there. Okay. Physical and environmental landscape. That means what? Lock, door, shutter. All these are controls only. Okay. Then fire suppression system, biometrics, CCTV. All these are physical and environmental landscape. In fact, even dogs are considered here. Even dogs are a part of internal control system. Fencing is a part of internal control system. Okay. When will you come to Coimbatore, sir? When will you come to Coimbatore? October. October end to November and I'll be in Coimbatore. Now, next areas of use of computer in auditing. So, where are we using? Number one, program. We use Microsoft Word to put up all the program. In fact, now we use AI also. Okay. Preparation of planning, scheduling, assignment of manpower. Let's, practically execute it. Let's practically execute it so that you will learn better. And let's say I go to specific GPT where the audit committee has created. Now imagine I want to allocate resources. Okay, now how will I allocate resources? Let's say I have 10 members in the team and I have to cover sales and purchases of which is around, let's say, 1,27,346 transactions. Out of that, 4 are experts in complex areas. Help me allocate the resources and draw an audit plan for me. Now have a look at this. I have a straightforward plan. Correct. How much time did I take? Not even 2 minutes. Here. Sales audit team, number of people 3, sales transaction, revenue, credit note, cut-off pricing. Let these people check. Purchase team 3 people, purchases, vendor, etc. Complex 4. Total 10. Key points are 4 experts should not be assigned a fixed number of transactions. They should act as a specialist pool. Now, first split the population into low risk, medium risk, high risk. This is called risk-based division. Okay. Then sales 3, generalist. Person 1, let him test invoice, revenue recognition, ledger and customer balance. Person 2, person 3, then purchase 4, 5, 6, expert, shared pool. Some will check sales complex, some will check purchase complex, some will check accounting. Don't at all 1, 2, 7, 3, 4, 6 take out. Risk classification, I had run analytics across 100. Look at this. Look at this. Do I need a human being for this? Done. Absolutely done. Now, if I tell, I'll tell you more. My confidence level is 90% and tolerable error is 5%. Tell me how many units I should check. Done. It will only tell me now how many sampling units I should take. Okay. Straight away. 270, 271 you take. Now in that they will only tell how much. High value transaction take 30. High risk you take 30. Okay. Now in fact if I give exact details about how many transactions, invoice number to invoice number, amount to amount, it will tell everything. This is called as what? Understood. Here is subject you don't know, that's it. Okay. So this is how we use tech in audit. Okay, because after today you should not have a doubt how to use tech in audit. That's a sample. Okay. Then for planning, scheduling, assignment of manpower, I just use it in front of you only. Correct? Analytical review, arithmetical computation, reasonableness of entry, ICS, for all these reasons you can use tech. Your time is saved. Because you are a CA and CA's time is not for sitting and calculating, totaling 1 plus 1 is equal to 2 or 2 they have entered. You will do CA. That non-automation can be done. Okay. Right. Controls. There are 2 types of controls. Application and input controls. Application means what? Software based controls. Differs from software to software. Some software will have fingerprint control. Some will have face ID, some will have login ID password, some will have OTP, some will have some other pin, right? Depends upon the software. Input controls, how you give inputs to the system. Based on that, they'll put control. For example, mobile number means digits must be there. Clear? If they say OTP, it should not allow more than 6. Or if it is a 6-digit OTP. So input controls ensure the input is within the range. It is compatible with the criteria that we give. It should be valid. And exception must be checked. Sequence, meaning in between if the sequence is gone out, the software should flag it. Your sequence is wrong. Then control totals. Control means what? Your debit column, credit column, everything should be totaled properly. Check digit verification. Use algorithm to ensure data input is accurate. So these are the input controls. Then we have processing controls, where whatever information you have given, the calculation on that is done correctly. Example, depreciation, interest calculation, processing must be done correctly. Now some people will tell you, sir, I give data, sir, but the software is not calculating it. So there's a processing control error. Output control, when you're giving the output from the software, you should ensure that there are controls placed on it. For example, password portama PDF document should open. Clear? Now, some of the PDFs, if you see your ICMAI PDF, you can't copy. The content you can't copy. Now you will have to unlock the PDFs. Then you will have to get the access. Same logic, put up a control for output. Master file control. Master file means what? Those data which will not be changed for a longer period of time. There you put better controls. More controls you put. Okay? Integrity must be safeguarded. Understood? That is your using tech in audit. That's the 6th point. Got it. So technically, out of this chapter, exam-wise, everything is covered. At least major portions of chapter 6 is covered. Now we are left with 6.5. Now, in 6.5, there are 3 concepts, rather 4, but standard-wise 3 concepts are there. One is sampling, analytical procedure, and audit techniques. Then we have scrutinization or grouping of trial balance. Now, you tell me, in this, which concepts are troublesome concepts? Sampling or techniques or procedure, which one? Online, voting time, quick online. Delete sampling also the procedural, so be very specific. One question. What is the weightage of this unit, sir? 100 marks. How many times I've told in the class? Correct. What is the weightage of this unit? Going by the trend, how many marks it has been asked? 0. That's why I kept this at the end. Sampling, sir. Okay, we'll do sampling then. Now, what do we mean by sampling, sir? Sampling is a procedure where, when we don't have time and the transactions are huge and we still have to give a report, that's when we do sampling. So, sampling means picking less than 100% of items and checking them. So, what is sampling? Sampling is nothing but checking less than. Sir, that means even is 90% sampling? Is 90% sampling? Yes, sir. So, sampling is equal to testing less than 100% of items in a population in such a way that every item has equal chance of selection. Every item has equal chance of selection. Okay. Now, when we talk about sampling, we have two approaches. We have two approaches. Can you guess those? One is called statistical approach. One is called non-statistical approach. Which is better? Both are better. It depends on different things. Statistical goes by mathematical laws and probability theory, whereas non-statistical goes by personal knowledge and experience, which is more defendable. Statistical, because it's proven. Non-statistical is always you cannot defend yourself. Okay, which has bias. Has bias and cannot be eliminated, whereas statistical has no bias, hence selection is done according to data. Okay, so which is more reliable? Between these, which is more reliable? Statistical is more reliable than non-statistical. Which is more widely applied? Statistical than non-statistical. Which is easier? Non-statistical than statistical, because I don't have to have knowledge of mathematical law, probability theory. It's much easier. Okay, your mother cooking, statistical approach or non-statistical? No, you cooking. Statistical approach. Understood? Got it? Okay. That's your main concept of sampling and approaches of sampling. Remember, even 90% is a sample. 99%, 1%, 10%, anything less than 100, 100, not a sampling. 110, not possible. 1 lakh transaction, how can you change 1 lakh 10,000 transaction? Not possible. Okay. Now, what are the benefits, sir? Reduces workload, time and cost is saved, substantially reduces time for work. That means I can devote more time for crucial areas. No. It all depends on one thing: effectiveness of ICS. If ICS is not effective, no, sampling also will go waste. Got it? Yes, sir. Gives dependable result as it is based on statistical sampling methods. I don't agree with this. There are two approaches. But if you use statistical sampling, then it's dependable result. What are the factors to be considered? Symptom 2. Okay, S for sampling risk, I for ICS, M for materiality, and T for tolerable error, O for objective N square, nature of population, and non-sampling risk. Understood? So these are the factors that I have to consider based on my objective. What kind of population is ICS, good or bad? Then if it is important or not, then sampling risk is high or sampling risk is low. Similarly, non-sampling risk is high or non-sampling risk is low. Tolerable error. All these factors will tell me how many units I should check. Okay. Then approaches to sampling, already told you, non-statistical or judgmental, or we have statistical. Under statistical, we have two things: random sampling and systematic sampling. Now, sorry, we have more types, but under random we have simple random and stratified random. What is simple random? Choosing a random number manually from a random number table. But stratified means conversion of heterogeneous population into homogeneous population. Every population is divided into subpopulation. Subpopulation is called as stratum. Every unit in the subpopulation is called as strata. The process is called as stratification. Very good, sir. Then interval sampling. Interval means what? Divide the entire population by sample size is equal to a number. That nth unit is what we call as sample size. Okay. For example, 10,000, I want 100 units. 10,000 by 100, how much? 100. So every 100th unit will be my sample. I don't care who it is. There is no bias in this. Monitor unit. Numerator will be by 100 only denominator, but numerator will be amount of the population. In systematic, we had units by units. Here, amount by units. Therefore, your answer also will be amount. Understood? Like in regular class, we have already discussed about this. Okay, so I'll not get into the details of that. Right? So 10 lakh population worth 10 lakh divided by 100. How much it is? 10,000. Every 10,000th rupee will be my sample. Now that will fall under which invoice I do not know. Okay. Then multi-stage sampling. Now how ArivuPro example we had taken. ArivuPro, how many branches you have? See, first step would be randomly select a few shops. Now out of 5 to 6 branches I will take only selected. Now in that randomly few stock I will take. And then I will, if applied cautiously, this methods will be proving very effective. Cautiously means what? Avoid bias. Okay. Risk. There are two kinds of risk. One is called as sampling risk. One is called as non-sampling risk. What is sampling risk? What is sampling risk? You giving wrong opinion or rather inappropriate opinion on what? On the population based on sample. Understood? Based on sample, you giving inappropriate opinion or wrong opinion is what we call a sampling risk, which means what went wrong? The way you picked the sample went wrong. Okay. So you should focus on what? Picking the sample in the right manner. You pick the sample in the right manner, sampling risk will reduce. And this only will give rise to auditors giving inappropriate opinion. Got it? Okay, sir. Now, what is sampling risk here? You will give wrong opinion like what? In case of test of control, actually they are not good. But what will you tell? Good. Which means you have selected wrong samples. In test of details, actually they are not free from material misstatement. But what will you go and tell? They are free from material misstatement. This is the auditors. This is called as auditors only. FS are wrong. What are you going and telling? FS is right. This is called auditors. Non-sampling risk means what? You don't know how to read the result. What can people do? That's called non-sampling risk. Human errors, misinterpretation of results, wrong procedures application, wrong information. Idella what risk? Non-sampling risk. Sampling risk means the way you pick sample is wrong. That is called sampling risk. Because of that, your entire opinion will go wrong. Okay. So, what is sampling risk? Sampling risk is equal to risk that occurs because of wrong selection of sample. And because of this, opinion on sample is not equal to opinion on population. Opinion on sample is not equal to opinion on population. That is called as what is sampling risk. And what is non-sampling risk? Non-sampling risk is equal to application of wrong procedure, then reading the results wrongly, etc., or that means anything other than selecting the sample. Anything other than selecting the sample. Okay. Yes. All right, sir. This is with respect to your statistical and non-statistical sampling. What are the stages in sampling? First, you design the sample. Second one, determine how many units you want or how big should be the sample. Then apply the methods and then perform the procedure on those sampling. Got it? Understood? So out of this, if I have to mark what could be that one important thing, I would say risk associated with sampling. But exam wise, they can also ask you what are the methods of selection of sample. Sir, important units in all chapters that should not skip in any way. Already given in the class, every unit when we were discussing only, I told you this has been asked multiple times. This has been asked 50% of the times. Yeah, but yeah, no problem. At the end, we will be. I'll give you that as well. Understood? Got it? Yes. This is with respect to your sampling. Now, analytical procedure is very simple. What is AP? AP is where we use data to analyze. Okay, increase and decrease variations. So good variation, bad variation, both will be able to understand. Okay, why? Basically to compare. Compare with whom? Compare with ourselves, compare with competitors, and to see where we can improve, where we have to improve. Okay, what are the different kinds here we had seen? 4 techniques we have. MCQ, trend analysis, reasonableness test, ratio analysis, structural modeling. Okay, tools and techniques we had seen. Now, in this, one more thing I want to discuss is here, application. How do we apply? First, we plan the audit, right? Then we start working, and in the working also we can put analytical procedure, and at the end also investigation of unusual items we can put analytical procedure. So one question I can ask you, where analytical procedure can be used? MCQ, very good MCQ it is. Planning stage, execution stage, conclusion stage, all of the above. All of the above. So AP can be used in planning stage also. AP can be used in execution stage also. AP can be used in conclusion stage as well, depending upon auditor's judgment. AP can be used in all 3 stages. Okay. Then comes about scrutiny and grouping. Grouping means what? You should all similar items should be grouped under one head. For example, can I group plant and machinery and intangible? Can I group it? No. I have to group very specifically. PPE means only tangibles. Then comes intangibles. Clear? So when I'm grouping, I should ensure that management may not know all these things. That is why we are learning. Right now, they may include separately also. For example, let's say in a year, they have done one Lakshmi Puja, one Ayudha Puja they have done. Now, in P&L, you will see Puja expenses. Only one what? Let's say 200 rupees, 300 rupees is there. Are they getting a separate line item? Miscellaneous support. Now, they do not know that. So, every expense they will create separately. Imagine every credit sale, they have to separate trial balance. Now, you should tell them, they will group it into one group called debtors. That is why we are studying grouping. Okay. So, initially, let's say we have a general ledger code called LCA, non-current asset. Adala, primary group will be PPE, then you have intangible, then you have investment. And the mother you have current assets. Under current assets you will have receivables, inventory, etc. These are illustration for you. How grouping is done. That's why you see in your balance sheet, older balance sheet, also fixed assets, you will write an underline. That is this column. Under that, you will write plant and machinery, etc., etc., etc. Now, under plant and machinery, property, plant and equipment, you have different things. Land, building, plant and machinery, furniture, fixtures, motor vehicles, etc. Although you say plant and machinery, you tell me, let's say packing machinery comes under what? Plant and machinery. Detergent powder mixer, plant and machinery. Okay. Let's say your gum tape machine, plant and machinery. Now all comes under plant and machinery only. No, in the balance sheet you will write plant and machinery. Under that, one by one, very easy. But you put the balance sheet lengthy, no sir. That is why in the balance sheet you put property, plant and equipment. In notes to accounts you give details. This is what we call as grouping. Rather than showing individually similar things, you put it in one group. Sir, car, plant and machinery or not? Yes or no? Yes. Computer systems? No. It is not plant and machinery. Computer systems will come under computers only. Are you getting my point? Goodwill. Plant and machinery are intangibles. Are you getting my point? So, Andamati, we should divide and cluster, form clusters and keep it. So, what we should check? We should check whether, listen to this carefully, we should check whether the grouping and clustering is done as per law. Meaning, our own grouping we cannot do. Law padi whether the grouping is acceptable or not. For example, you have to put PPE only, you can't put fixed assets. Grouping only you have done, but wrong grouping you have done, wrong heading name you have given. So, whether the heading name, whether grouping is done according to the law or not. That is called grouping and scrutiny of trial balance. Is that understood? Got it? Okay. Like I said, trend wise, this particular unit has no weightage, descriptive section. In MCQ, yes. In MCQ, any unit and every unit will have weightage. Got it? Clear? Yes, sir. This is your today's concept of revision, unit number 6.3, 4, 5 and 6. So technically unit number 6 is done for you. Is that clear? Yes. Now, see, this is the pace of revision. So today you got to know how revision is done. Tomorrow we are doing one of the most important unit, that is unit number 7. That means out of 6 questions, around 4 questions will be asked from that particular unit. Now there, first I will be doing with respect to unit number 1. Then we'll go to unit 2, unit 3 will finish off. Okay. Then unit 5 and unit number 7 is what is more important. Okay. Now I'll tell you which unit has bigger weightage so that you have an idea. Those will revise first. Now, in chapter number 6, unit number 1, once they have asked, unit number 3, once they have asked, unit number 4, thrice they have asked, okay, unit number 5, 0, unit number 6, once. This is in chapter number 6. Chapter number 7, unit number 1, 6 times they have asked. That means all the attempts consistently they have asked. Okay. Unit number 2, cost audit 3 times, secretarial audit 4 times. Okay. Then unit 4, thrice. Okay, and report requirement Karo thrice they have asked. Alright, NFRA you leave, that is very consistent. NFRA very consistent. So this is definitely very, very important. So we'll be focusing on most important topics and then we'll go to the least important topics. Understood? So tomorrow first I'll be talking about unit number 1, then unit 3 secretarial audit we'll do, then we do cost audit, okay, then we finish reporting. That we will finish. And in case anything remains tomorrow, we can continue on Monday and finish that chapter. If anything remains. Because I know post 1 o'clock now, you will switch off. There is no point in revising also. Or you tell me, do you want revision to be the priority or time to be the priority? If revision is the priority, then we'll revise as per the weightage. Whatever is remaining, we can continue on Monday and finish it off. Okay. If time is a priority, dot 1 o'clock, whatever is pending, I'll stop there. Your choice. Okay. Because for me, if I were you, for me revision would be the most important thing. Yeah. Because anyway, your class got over early, so you can finish off revision and maybe a touch up on your concept can be done. Yep. Yes. So tomorrow we'll continue. Yes. Yes, I'll answer that doubt. Let me finish up the class and then I'll answer because it's an individual doubt. Yes, tomorrow we'll begin with chapter number 7.1. Tomorrow you have a test also, so prepare and come. Clear? Yes? Right. I'll stop the video first.